Let the house please be in order. Please stand as we are led in prayer this morning. The gentleman from Madison will introduce our guest minister who will pray for us, and please remain standing for the pledge. Gentleman from Madison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What a beautiful morning to be reminded that God is in total control. We have with us this morning a man of God, a man of faith, a leader, and a man of service. Reverend Broderick Hutchins of Mount Abel Baptist Church in Canton, Mississippi, is going to lead us in prayer. All heads bowed. Thank you.
Let us pray. Gracious and eternal God, our Father, we are so very thankful. We're thankful for the opportunity, God, to come to talk to you this morning. We're thankful, God, that we can live in a state and a country that we can be free to pray. God, we thank you now for, again, this opportunity. It is my prayer this morning that, God, you would grace us with your presence. God, bless these lawmakers. Bless us as we are many members, but we are one body in Christ. God, bless us with the ability, with the information, the insight, and God, more importantly, the inspiration as we make laws that the citizens of this state will be governed by. God, we pray that you will be glorified. God, before we close this prayer, we ask you to forgive us of any sin that we may have committed, knowingly or unknowingly, because you said in your word, if we abide iniquity in our heart, then you will not hear our prayers. We thank you so very much, God, again for the opportunity. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We got a picture. Come on.
Welcome anytime. Appreciate it. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Close the machine, Madam Clerk.
There's a quorum present, Mr. Speaker.
We will have the reading of the journal. Gentleman from Rankin, Representative Powell, moves we dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. Report of select committees.
We have none, Mr.
Report of standing committees.
We have reports on the counter, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of bills and constitutional amendments. Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the introduction.
Is there objection to this? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, we will follow that procedure. Resolutions, petitions, memorials, and other papers.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of guests and visitors. All right, I don't see anyone seeking recognition to introduce our guests, so I welcome the few folks we have in the North and South galleries. Thank you for being here today at your Capitol. Thank you. I believe we have a special guest who may not be here yet, so Chairman of Rules, you going to take up? Our special guest is not here yet, correct? Gotcha. We will go to the calendar. For concurrence or non-concurrence. Gentleman from Benton, Mr. Massengill. Gentleman from Benton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to item number 2, House Bill 310, and move to concur.
Gentleman's motion is to concur. You're recognized, gentleman, to explain.
The Senate just moved an amendment to confirm the additional code section that was necessary to reflect the changes from the 7 to 30 days on this one. And that's all.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 118 yeas, 0 nays. Bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Item 6, HB 1288, and move to concur.
Gentleman's motion is to concur. You're recognized.
Just removing the reverse repealer.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas, 0 nays. Bill passes. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
Item 7, HB 1519, and move to concur.
Gentleman's motion is to concur. You're recognized, gentlemen.
This was a short line railroad bill that authorized a certain town to acquire and operate. The Senate removed the language that related to any agreements entered into by the current governing body and to the binding on any succeeding governor body, allowed the governing body to apply and accept grants and loans from other states in addition to authority to do so within the state of Mississippi and the federal government.
Questions of the gentleman? I don't see any. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
Item 9, 1681, and invite conference.
Gentleman's motion is to invite conference on that item. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Gentleman from Lee, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 4, House Bill 1102, and concur.
Gentleman's motion is to concur. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Yes, sir. Okay, so the Senate wanted to clarify the language in the definitions of what account means, and so they wanted it to coincide with section 85-13-1. So it adds a sentence: account means any money held in the name of an account holder individually or jointly with another, including but not limited to a deposit account, demand account, savings account, negotiable order of withdrawal account, share account, member account, times certificate of deposit, or money order market account. And that's an explanation of the changes.
Questions of the gentleman. Gentleman from Tallahatchie, Mr. Rosebud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Did the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, what's the purpose of them having that information?
I think it just clarifies the language of an account. I think the original definition just included like the types of accounts, and this one made it a little more clear on what that means by account by saying.
So let me readdress. What is the purpose of DHS having that information?
Well, the purpose of this bill is for DHS to be able to, if I'm not mistaken, email the banks to email with DHS. So this is just clarifying language. This is just for communications between DHS and the banks that are doing business with them.
Thank you.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, Would this legislation allow DHS to have access to individuals' bank accounts to determine how much money they have in their accounts?
This is just communications between the banks and DHS. Before, it had to be done strictly with certified mail, and this is now allowing them to communicate with email. That's the purpose of the bill.
And so what would DHS do with this information, this communication?
This is communications to let the banks know about people that are owed money, that are dealing with child support payments and other DHS programs.
And what is expected of the bank? What is the expected response from the bank after this communication is transmitted?
This is just communication back and forth between the bank and DHS. There's no, whatever kind of business they want to do between the DHS and the banks. This is just another avenue of them to be able to communicate.
You said whatever it is that they want to do?
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I can't hear.
Lady indicates she can't hear. Let's have order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Please, let's have order.
So, gentlemen, what do you expect the outcome would be to create legislation that would allow DHS and financial institutions to communicate to one another in regards to child support? What do you hope the outcome would be?
Well, I'm assuming that it would be that people would be able to get their child support payments.
So why would DHS need to get the financial institutions involved in that?
Isn't that how they get the payments?
Not necessarily, no. As
Look,
you know.
Yeah. I'm just rocking this baby.
You just rocking the baby? I understand, gentlemen. This is a dangerous piece of legislation, and I know that you're rocking the baby, but if it's not your baby, and so since it's not your baby, gentlemen, you might encourage the House to vote no on this legislation. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
I don't see any further questions.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage on the concurrence. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 77 yeas, 34 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from Jackson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, members of the House. I'd like to go to that next item, item number 5, House Bill 1190, move not to concur, but invite conference.
Gentleman's motion is to invite conference on House Bill 1190. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, the next item would be item number 24, House Bill 1697.
You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur. The Senate took our language. They extended the payment period from 30 to 60 days.
Questions on the gentleman's motion to concur? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to bring up item 10, House Bill 315, and invite conference.
Gentleman's motion is to invite conference on House Bill 315. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to bring up item 11, House Bill 764, and invite conference.
Gentleman's motion on 764 is to invite conference. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. I'd like to bring up item 14, House Bill 848, and invite conference.
Gentleman's motion on item 14, House Bill 848, is to invite conference. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And lastly, I'll bring up item 19, House Bill 1640, and invite conference.
Gentleman's motion on House Bill 1640 is to invite conference. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentleman from Itawamba, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 12, House Bill 770, I'd like to invite conference.
Gentleman's motion is to invite conference on House Bill 770. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentleman from Grenada, Mr. Horan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 22, House Bill 1253, to invite conference.
Gentleman's motion is to invite conference. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 17, House Bill 1350, I would invite conference.
Gentlemen, your motion is to invite conference. Gentleman's motion on item 17 is to invite conference. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Any chairman have any other item they wish to take up on that calendar? Motion to reconsider calendar. Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Zuber.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. Item number 2, move to table.
Those opposed have 5 minutes. Senate Bill 2799. I don't see anyone seeking recognition. If you favor the gentleman's motion to table, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Rules calendar. Chairman of Rules. Gentleman from Rankin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll direct your attention to the North Gallery, along with Representative Blackman, we have the Piney Woods School, and we designate April the 10th, 2024 as Piney Woods Day at the Capitol. They are the largest historically black boarding school that was opened in 1909 and founded by Lawrence C. Jones. And I'll also say they have a Hulu documentary that I actually watched last weekend. It's pretty good. It's called Sacred Soul, The Piney Woods Story. Let's all give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, young people, and thank y'all for being here today. Good looking group. Good to have you here. Later on the table, subject to call calendar. It's a race, looks like. Gentleman from Tate, where are you?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the late on the table subject to call calendar, I would go to item 3 and move to call it off the table.
Gentleman's motion is to call that bill off the table. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bill's back before us, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment.
You want to explain your amendment, gentlemen?
Be glad to. This is the Senate's PERS bill that dealt with Roth features as well as qualified domestic relations orders. And what this particular amendment would do would be to insert this strike all to deal with the current PERS dilemma that the PERS board has put every city and county in this state by forcing a tax increase on July 1. This language would pause that, really take that away from the PERS board, the authority to do that, and reserve it to the legislature. And that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Nothing further. I'd move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 93 yeas, 10 nays, bill passes. Gentleman from Grenada, or you have another item? Let's finish this calendar and then we'll go back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Call up item number 4, Senate Bill 2771. Move to take it off, lay it on table.
Gentleman's motion is to pull the bill off the table. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is back before us, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill basically adopts our House Position 790 that we sent over. That's in the Senate right now. I think they're debating that bill right now. What it does is to separate.
Gentlemen, you have a committee amendment?
I do have a committee strike all.
You're recognized to explain that strike all.
Thank you. What the strike all does is adopt our House Bill 790 language that basically takes DeSoto County out of the 3rd District, Chancery District, and makes it a separate district. Adds 2 circuit judges and 3 Chancery judges to that particular district. And that's the explanation of the strike all, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the strike all? Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Gentlemen, other than those redistricting issues or those changes in DeSoto County, are there any other changes in the bill in your amendment?
The only change is adding the, I failed to mention, adds the criminal investigators to the code section, to this bill. I'm sorry. I failed.
Now, but the code sections are available for any further redistricting that
there
we
are
need to do.
code sections available. There's no other changes to any district. Only addition was the criminal investigators.
All right, thank you, sir.
No, thank you.
I don't see any further questions. The question occurs on the adoption of Strike All Amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes. Anything else laid on the table? Gentleman from Choctaw, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2130, I'd like to move it off the table.
That's item 1 on this calendar. Gentleman's motion is to call that bill off the table. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen. The bill's back before us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I got a motion to table the committee strike-all.
Gentleman's motion is to table the committee strike-all. I see no one seeking recognition. If you favor the gentleman's motion to table the strike-all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it.
I have an amendment, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized for your amendment.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, we had this bill before the body under House Bill 1319 that passed 110 to 9. 110 to 9, and so basically what we're doing with the amendment is we're going back to House Bill 1319 that passed this body 110 to 9. That's the explanation of the amendment.
Questions on Strike All Amendment 2? Gentleman from Itawamba, Mr. Boyd.
Can you give us a little bit more in depth on this, because I don't remember how it was.
Okay, I'm sorry. Basically what this bill does is an insurance company, when the homeowner has the right to hire an inspector, if the insurance company declines to renew or issue a policy based on the roof being 15 years old, basically the homeowner can pay at their own expense to hire an inspector. What you have is you have shingles that are out there that are dated for wear of 25, 30 years. We have some insurance companies that are refusing to renew or issue these insurance policies based upon them just being 15 years as old, which is under the standard that was given on the shingles. And so what we're saying is, if that's the case, we have an opportunity to hire an inspector, which is licensed under the laws of Mississippi, and if he says there's at least 5 more years worth of wear and tear, then that will issue the policy.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Hill.
Certainly.
In the Senate version of this, if the inspector was tied to a construction company, he could not render that inspection. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of that being in the Senate bill. The bills actually mirrored each other. The Senate bill and the House bill did. They inserted some language in there that said the insurance commissioner could exempt certain areas if he wanted to. And so all this bill is doing is just taking it back to the original House position.
And so the inspector, regardless if he's a contractor or not, he still has the ability to offer that inspection. Is that correct?
Yes, it just has to be a licensed inspector under whatever the code section is listed in the bill.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Haney.
So that's what we...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Certainly.
Can you tell me why there's the 5-year? Years ago, I've been in real estate 39 years. Years ago, appraisers used to say if there's 2 years left in a life, they never said anything about it. So these are yearly renewals. So can you tell me the 5-year issue?
I recently had the roof replaced on my office, and there's different types of shingles that you can order, 25, 30, 20-year shingles. We thought that 15 years would be appropriate. That gives you at least from 15 to 5. That gives you at least the wear of 20 years worth of your shingles on your roof. Because we do understand once you get past 20, it could start deteriorating based on the sun and the heat and other things. So that's why we went with the 15-year.
Well, no.
And because a lot of companies were refusing to reissue or renew at 15 years of age on the roof.
Well, I understand that, but we're asking, we hire an inspector, and he's comes out and he says it's got 3 or 4 years left, but this thing says 5 years. I mean, that's so, how do you tell between 3 to 5 years if the roof is still good shape when it's a yearly renewal with next year?
It would be yearly, if they said we're not going to renew it at year 15, then and you had an inspector that came back and said you had 5 years worth of good shingle usage, then they would renew the policy. If he came back and he said you had 3, then they would renew it for 3. It's based upon the inspection and what he or she says is the lifespan of additional.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Don't see any further questions. Question occurs on the adoption of Strike All Amendment 2. If you favor the Strike All, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Move final passage,
He
Mr.
moves
Speaker.
final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 107 yeas, 8 nays, bill passes. All right, Chairman, you want to go to the Ways and Means calendar?
Mr. Speaker, I think we got interrupted on the concurrence, non-concurrence by the special guest. I have a few on that one, so we can do either one, whichever one you want first.
Your choice, gentlemen.
Okay, we'll go to the concurrence, non-concurrence calendar. Item 3, that's House Bill 893. I'd move to invite conference.
Gentleman's motion on item 3, House Bill 893, is to invite conference. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Next, Mr. Speaker, is item 8, House Bill 1638. I would move to concur.
Gentleman's motion on item 8, House Bill 1638, is to concur. You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain the concurrence.
This bill is one we've passed in a couple times now. This just allows Department of Human Services to collect debts through income tax set-offs. That concludes the explanation.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the gentleman's motion to concur, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 112 yeas, 1 nay, bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Item 13, House Bill 776. I'd move to invite conference.
Gentleman's motion is to invite conference on House Bill 776. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Next item is 18, House Bill 1620. I'd move to invite conference.
Gentleman's motion is to invite conference on House Bill 1620. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next item, gentlemen.
Item 23, House Bill 1473. I'd move to invite conference.
Gentleman's motion on item 23, House Bill 1473, is to invite conference. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I accidentally skipped one, item 21, Bill 1003. I'd move to invite conference on that as well.
Gentleman's motion on that item, House Bill 1003, is to invite conference. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I think that's all on that particular calendar. Mr. Speaker, at this time I would ask for unanimous release on Senate Bill 2903 that we passed a few minutes ago.
Is there objection? Hearing none, we will follow that procedure, gentlemen.
And then on the Ways and Means calendar, item 1. That's Senate Bill 2466.
We will go to the Ways and Means calendar. You're recognized, gentlemen, for that item.
I think we need to call that bill up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
We have a strike all, Mr. Speaker.
And you are recognized to explain the strike all.
Council says we need to call up the strike all. And maybe we just did that. I have an amendment to that strike all.
You did. You're recognized to explain the strike all.
So the strike all, ladies and gentlemen, this bill is to deal with the age verification for alcohol permit holders. Council says I need to explain the amendment first, so I'll explain the amendment. This is dealing with age verification for alcohol permit holders. The committee strike all basically did this at the Commissioner of Department of Revenue's discretion after someone is found guilty of selling alcohol to minors for the second time inside 12 months. This would allow the Commissioner at the Commissioner's discretion after that second conviction to give or require that particular permit holder to use the age verification for people who are suspected to be under 21. There is some language, I think the gentleman from Rankin brought up, a concern is what happens if the device is wrong upon the third conviction after it's implemented. And so what we did by way of the amendment is put language in there that stated that it was an absolute defense if someone is found guilty or charged rather with that offense, and the device is found to not work properly, that would be an absolute defense to that third charge. And that's the amendment to the strike-all.
Questions on Amendment 1 to the strike-all? I don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1 to strike-all Amendment 1. If you favor that amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on the strike-all now, gentlemen.
The explanation I just gave should encompass the strike-all.
Any questions on the strike-all amendment? Don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of strike-all Amendment 1. If you favor the strike-all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
No, sir.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 108 yeas, 2 nays, bill passes. Anything further, Mr. Chairman? Gentleman from Choctaw, Mr. Hood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, our doctors of the day are Dr. Craig Moffitt. He practices family medicine in Eupora, Mississippi. And then we have Gretchen Brock-Smith, who is a resident doctor at Baptist Memorial Golden Triangle. Please help make them welcome.
Welcome, docs. Good to have y'all here today. Thank you for your service. We will go to the general calendar. Gentleman from Union, Chairman of Public Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up item 1, Senate Bill 2858. Make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
I have an amendment, Mr. Speaker.
You are recognized to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On line 47, we inserted an individual who has documentation from his or her physician that the individual has been diagnosed with HIV. And on line 51, we inserted long-acting injectable antiviral drugs for the treatment of patients with HIV. That explains the amendment.
Questions on Amendment 1? I don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of Senate Bill 2858 is to give Mississippi patients access to potential life-saving treatments after they've exhausted all their FDA-approved remedies. Patients must have a recommendation from a doctor and provide written, informed consent. This bill would allow medical treatments to be developed more quickly with appropriate safety and efficient measures under the physician's care and guidance to the people whom there are no treatments. Treatment must be provided in a facility that has FWA verification, which there are several across the state. This bill is similar to a Mississippi law called the right to try. It differs from the right to try because it is allowing specifically what is defined as individualized investigational treatments. Such treatments are based on the patient's own DNA. This is also known as gene therapy. Individual treatments are more common, and the FDA has been very slow to consider the treatments because they are individualized. And there are a very small number of patients, sometimes even just one patient, designed for this gene therapy. The FDA does not oppose the treatments. They're just not designed to approve them in a timely manner. This involves people with rare diseases. There are 30 million people across the United States. Half of those are children with these diseases that there are no known cures. This bill will allow a patient's health plan or provider insurance is not obligated to pay for the treatment. The patient is not liable, the patient is liable for the expenses. And a manufacturer may make such treatments available, but is not obligated to. eligible facility and hospital may make such treatments available, but is not obligated to do so. The provider insurance may make such treatments available, but is not obligated to do so. No government agency, Medicaid, Medicare, is required to pay for the cost of the treatments. This gives people with very few or no options a chance. And that's an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. I believe the chairman behind you here has an amendment. Gentleman from Prentice, you're recognized for your amendment. You want to explain your amendment?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker, I'll explain it. This amendment on line 210 amends House Bill 1144 that we passed here in this chamber a few weeks ago by 121 votes for and none against. I'll read the short title just so you'll have a recollection of what that bill did. The bill prohibits group health plans and health insurance insurers that provide benefits with respect to screening, diagnostic breast examinations, and supplemental breast examinations furnished to individuals enrolled under such plans from imposing any cost-sharing requirements for these services. And that's the explanation of the bill, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on Amendment 2? I don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 2. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, Mr. Chairman? He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to bring up item 2, Senate Bill 2727, to make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You recognize, gentlemen.
I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Harrison to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Harrison is recognized to explain this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I see you've got an amendment. You're going to explain
Speaker,
the amendment.
I do. I move to table the committee amendment so I can offer that amendment, please.
Gentleman's motion is to table the committee amendment. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's tabled, gentlemen. You're recognized to offer your floor amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment we're adding simply adds the Senate and House Public Health Committee chairs, a member of the Mississippi Youth Council, and a member of the Mississippi Coalition for Citizens with Disabilities, and that concludes an explanation of the amendment.
Questions on Amendment 2? I don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 2. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2727 will create the Mississippi K-12 Post-Secondary Mental Health Task Force to address the growing concerns related to student mental health. The task force will be made up of legislative leaders, state agencies, psychiatrists, psychologists, counselors, educators, and providers of mental health services to use, so it will have a wide range of input. The recommendations will be due to the legislature by October 1st of this year, and this bill passes Senate 52-0, Mr. Speaker. That concludes an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill?
Move for final passage, please.
I'm sorry, gentlemen. You got a gentleman behind you. I don't see any questions. Gentleman from Kapai, I believe, has an amendment. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, this amendment creates a task force to study the economic impact on students, faculty, the regional community served by Mississippi State University and Alcorn State University. It's a 9-member task force, and since 2012, the state of Mississippi has provided a 100% state match, and this is to look at the federal match for these two agricultural institutions. Agriculture is the #1 industry in the state, and so this is the purpose of the task force, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on Amendment 3? I don't see any. Question recurs on the adoption of Amendment 3. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. Noes have it. Noes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, Mr. Speaker. Move for final passage, please.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to bring up item 3, Senate Bill 2862, and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2862 is a companion bill to House Bill 1637, which we passed earlier in the session, 119-0. And what it does, the Department of Health investigates and checks on MRIs, X-rays, and even nuclear power plants. And all this is regulated by the Federal Nuclear Regulatory Commission, who sets the fees. We are currently operating at 60% below what those fees are. Therefore, the Department of Health Radiological Division is operating at an $800,000 deficit. This would bring that up to speed with current federal rates. There are a few items that are not covered in the NRC's rate fee schedule, mainly the nuclear power plants, and this bill increases that 25% in 2 times over 4 years. And that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Chairman of County Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 4, Senate Bill 2311. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You recognize, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Jones to present the bill, please.
Gentleman from Jones is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill amends Section 25325 to do with the pay for sheriffs. And basically what it does is it allows the counties, the supervisors, the discretion to pay their sheriff up to $35,000 more than the scale, the graduated scale that their base salary is, that their salary is based on. So that's basically all it does.
Does that conclude your explanation?
Yes, sir.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Tishomingo, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Gentlemen, would you yield?
Yes, sir.
So is this still going to be left up to the Board of Supervisors whether the raise is implemented or not in that county?
Yes, sir. It puts it all at the discretion of the supervisors.
So there's nothing in this legislation that mandates a pay raise from the legislative body?
There's nothing in the amendment that mandates anything. The the section mandates the base salary based, it's a graduated scale based on population.
Right.
But all this does is allow the supervisors the discretion to pay them more if they want to, capped at $35,000.
Thank you, sir.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
So, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, yield.
Yes, sir.
So, counties can determine an increase for sheriffs based upon the whim of the supervisor. Is that what you're saying?
Well, the increase, the supplemental increase, it is at the supervisor's discretion. That would be correct.
What would determine if the sheriff or that county is able to, what would determine the amount of money that the sheriff is able to receive? Will be tax receipts, will be ad valorem tax? What would determine where the money comes from for that increase? And will himself receive a salary increase and his staff, or just him?
Well, the statute has to do with the sheriff, so it would be his salary. It would have to do with his or her salary. But I assume that wherever the supervisors get their money, local tax increases or...
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would gentlemen yield?
Sure.
Gentlemen, it was either a year or 2 years ago, we did this already for them. It gave the supervisors the ability to give our sheriffs a raise. My question is, what's the motivation behind this? Are they having a hard time getting people to sign up and run for the office? Because when they run for the office, they know what they're going to make, and they still run for the office. So why all of a sudden, what's the motivation for us to give the supervisors the ability to give them up to $35,000 more a year?
To be honest with you, I'm not exactly sure, other than I think the Sheriff's Association has asked for this. And as I understand it, you are correct. Over the years, if you look at the statute the way it is right now, there are allowances for specified counties that we already passed, or y'all already passed in the past, to allow them, there's a couple of them that's mandated that they shall get. For example, Hinds County shall get $15,000 extra. I think it's in the Neshoba that was a shall $10,000, and there's several that were up to $10,000 discretionary. And then I think maybe the House or the state passed it such that it just allowed another $10,000 at the discretion. But they're wiping all this out, scratching all that, and just allowing the supervisors up to $35,000 cap in that. Back to your question, the motivation, I'm not exactly sure. As I understand it, it comes from the Sheriff's Association.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Lady from DeSoto, Ms. Reback.
Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Do you yield?
Sure.
Would you say that this bill would help keep a competitive salary range for between our police chiefs and our sheriffs? Because it's my understanding that we're just trying to keep this a competitive salary for our county sheriffs, and that police chiefs are making as much as our county sheriffs are right now.
Well, I'll take your word at that, and if that's the case, I don't know what police chiefs are making, but yes, if that's the case, I would.
Well, I'm in favor of this bill. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
A gentleman from Prentice, Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
You used a term there that I'd like a little more explanation on, supplemental. Why did you not just say salary?
Well, the statute assigns a base salary for the sheriff based on population of that county, and then this allows the supervisors to, and the word supplement might be the wrong word to use, but it allows them to pay additional amounts.
In other words, same thing as a pay raise.
I would think so.
Okay, let me ask you this. If you have this is something that I'm a little concerned about. If this is a retired sheriff and he's getting a supplemental salary. Is this along with a contract, or is this along with an original salary? One that would be paying into PERS.
We don't know about a hypothetical. Let me tell you that there are 82 counties, and out of the 82 counties, only 18 pay the supplement. This is an additional pay at the discretion of the Board of Supervisors. 17 counties pay up to $10,000, which is the cap now. One county pays only $5,000, which is at their discretion. The other counties do not give any additional money relative to this pay supplement. So with the economy the way it is today, with the inflation that we have, we're just increasing the ability of the supervisors to compensate their sheriff an additional amount up to, instead of $10,000, up to $35,000, which is an additional $25,000. That's the bill as simply as it can be put. And Mr. Speaker, I move for final passage.
Hey, I'm puzzled with this.
Gentleman's chairman has yielded the floor. Move final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Gentleman from Washington.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, don't get carried away. Some counties, the sheriffs have extra duties to do. 911, drug task force. There are a lot of other extra duties, but this is not just carte blanche giving them $35,000. Some sheriffs need additional compensation for those extra duties, and that will give the supervisors the authority, when those duties are required, to pay that sheriff a supplement. That's all it is. It ain't no harm. It ain't putting no salary raise. But there are certain counties and certain situations, and sometimes you got a situation where judges are ordering a lot of stuff to be done, and the sheriff has to do because the judge ordered it, not because it's in a sheriff requirement as an official duty. So there's nothing wrong with this. It gives that authority to the supervisors at their discretion. It is not nothing to be afraid of, and it has not been abused. And let's grant them that authority, because law enforcement is like liquid. It moves all the time. There's nothing definitive, nothing set in law enforcement. So I just think that we're just giving the supervisors in those counties who feel that they need to give the sheriff a supplement, to give them a supplement. That's all. I yield a question.
Gentleman, you yield for questions?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Prentice, Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, gentlemen, for yielding. Maybe I need to ask some questions to clarify my stance on this. I don't have any question on how much a sheriff is being paid. What I had a problem with, and the questions I was asking was, is this supplement, is this something that is in addition to a salary, or is this something that's in addition to a contract, and is PERS being paid on all of it?
Yes, the contract, ain't no contract, it's a supplement to their salary, and if it's a salary, PERS get paid out of that by law.
Is that right, Counsel?
Yes, sir, and that helps PERS now.
Well, thank you.
Y'all done cripple PERS, all y'all can cripple it, then they help it a little bit.
Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner. Wave off. Move final passage.
No more questions, Mr. Speaker. I'll move for final passage.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 108 yeas, 7 nays, the bill passes. Appropriations. Oh, education, I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong. Gentlemen, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to call up Senate Bill number 2682 and bring up the strike all. Make the usual motion.
Okay. The gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. All those opposed no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment, and I'd like to explain that real quick.
Explain your amendment.
To the strike all.
Amendment to the strike all?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Explain your amendment.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is putting a reverse repealer in it. We've got some language in here that we need to tighten up. That's my explanation of the amendment.
Is there any questions on the amendment to the strike all? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment 1 to the strike all, say aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, the amendment is adopted. You're back on the strike all.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Critical Teacher Shortage Act of 1998. This extends the repealer on it to continue being able to have this program for our teachers. The strike all added in the William Winter scholarship fund as well. We had a House Bill 765 that we've already voted in favor of about a month or so ago. That's my explanation of the bill. I'll be happy to answer any questions if I can.
Any questions on the strike all? Okay, so the motion occurs on the strike all. Amendment 1, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. We're back on the bill.
Move final passage.
Move final passage. Any questions? Seeing no questions, Madam Clerk, open machine. Yeah. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 121 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Bennett, for what purpose?
Couple of bills on the concurrence calendar.
Go ahead.
House Bill 1207, item 16. We were naming a building after a doctor there, and the Senate said the IHL needed to approve it, and so we concur with that.
So the motion is to concur?
Yes, motion to concur.
Oh, I'm sorry. Concur, you have to come to the well, gentlemen.
Gene, I'm gonna let you go first.
You're recognized, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, we're going to go to item 15, House Bill 974 first, and the Vice Chair is going to handle that.
I don't have my tongue. Mr. Speaker, if you would, please bring number 15, House Bill 974. We want to concur.
I'm sorry, gentlemen. Gentlemen.
The Senate, the change made was they took out Section 2, which was to sell some property in Columbus for less than fair market value, and the Senate wouldn't go with that, but that's the only change in the bill.
Any questions? So the motion is to concur. All those in favor say aye. No, you got to go to the board. Okay. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Next.
Item number 16, House Bill 1207, and I'm going to ask the House to concur. Is what it was that we were naming a building at Alcorn State after Dr. Jesse Horn Sr., and the Senate asked for the IHL to give its blessings on it. I think the author of the bill talked to IHL and they don't have a problem with it, so we're asking to concur.
Any questions on the bill? Seeing none, open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Okay, we're back on the general calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 6, Senate Bill 2179, make the usual motions.
Item number 6.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the real rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the bill.
We do have a strike all, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized to explain the strike off.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the ominous bill that came from DPS dealing with 3 issues for them to let Capitol Police retire with their firearm and also allow DPS to enter into, when they siege on human trafficking, any property that they seize through that process, to allow DPS to do it as well, and also to give them the right to lease property in their new headquarters. So we're just going back to the House position that we passed the first time around. The Senate beat it up a little bit, so we're going to put the House position back in, and then we'll go to conference on it and figure it out. That's my explanation, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, gentlemen, you yield for questions?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I heard you say something about seizing property. Are we talking like civil asset forfeiture, or what?
Yes, sir. So on human trafficking, only right now the AG has the ability to do it. DPS wants the ability to do the exact same thing. So all we're doing is putting in the state two words, the state. So we're giving them the ability to do it instead of waiting on the AG's office to do it.
For human trafficking arrests?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Gentleman from Harris, Mr. Hullum.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I got a question when it comes to this seizing of properties. When they seize the properties under the Capitol Police, where would these properties be assigned to? The CCID or the City of Jackson?
So this is not dealing with Capitol Police. This is dealing with when they arrest somebody for human trafficking, that we're giving the state, DPS, the ability to actually enter into that and seize their property and not have to wait on the AG's office to do it. So all that's already in another section of it.
Yes.
So we're just putting in there literally the state to allow them to be able to do it too. But this is only dealing with human trafficking.
Correction. And real quick, I just want to make sure I'm clear. So if they seize property on the Gulf Coast because of human trafficking, does that property stays on the Gulf Coast or does it comes up here to the state?
So to be honest, I don't know where it goes, but we're not dealing, that was already existing law. We're just allowing them to enter in and say, hey, we caught you doing human trafficking, you have assets, we're going to seize them.
And is that seizure after they've been found and convicted, or just have they just been accused of it? Which one?
My understanding is after they've been convicted.
Okay, if we go to conference, can you look and see which area, geographic area of the state will receive that property or that forfeiture?
Yes, sir.
Because I know it's a huge thing when it comes to seizing property, vehicles, especially cash, dealing with seizures with law enforcement communities.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir.
Gentlelady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Well, the gentleman,
Yes, ma'am.
Gentlemen, since we've had a good bit of discussion about these agencies' monies going into special funds, and we're not having the ability as the appropriators to have any say-so about these dollars, could you please go to line, and I hope I'm in the right place, line 431. And it talks about creating yet another special fund that the appropriators do not have any say-so over. Did the committee give any consideration to saying that all of those dollars should lapse from that lease back into the general fund?
Yes, ma'am. I think that is one of the biggest issues with the bill, but we're only looking at probably like $15,000, $17,000 off that lease.
It, gentlemen.
Yes, ma'am.
And let me tell you, I know it seems nominal, but if you let this one do it, and then you let that one do it, and then you let another one do it, then by that time we're talking about some real money then.
Yes,
that
ma'am.
we as the appropriators, and I think you would agree, that the taxpayers expect us to determine where their monies go, and they are going to hold us accountable for how their taxes are spent. I hope that you all will get this $15,000, and I hope that we'll be able to reclaim some of these other thousands, you know, and given that we've had a scandal up to $200 million, I just think we can't afford to be cavalier about any of the taxpayers' dollars, gentlemen. Y'all please get that money back. Don't let the Senate do something else with it.
Yes, ma'am.
I see no further questions.
I move final passage.
Move final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Oh, I'm sorry, we got to adopt strike all first. Okay, so the question occurs on the strike all amendment number 1. All those in favor say aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. Okay, so we're back on the bill.
Move final passage.
Move final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 114 yeas, 3 nays, bill passes. Gaming.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to item 7, Senate Bill 2780. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered in gross, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have a strike all, and I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Hancock to handle the bill.
The gentleman from Hancock is recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment strike all is we're just adding a reverse repealer to this bill. That's an explanation of the amendment.
Oh, is it an amendment to the strike all? It's just okay.
A strike all. I'm sorry. We're adding a reverse repealer. This is the public trust Tidelands bill that we passed earlier.
Okay.
On a House bill, and we're just going to continue to work this bill through the process, and that's an explanation, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Any questions on the strike all? All those in favor of strike all 1, aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Back on the bill. Any questions on the bill? Seeing none, you move final passage. Move final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Somebody vote the chairman. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 104 yeas, 11 nays, bill passes. Judiciary A.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 8, Senate Bill 2753. I'd like to call it up.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you are recognized to explain the bill.
I'd like to table the committee strike all, Mr. Speaker.
You want to table?
Table the committee strike all.
Okay, the motion is to table the committee strike all. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it.
I'd like to offer an amendment, Mr. Speaker.
You want to explain?
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, what we have for you, the body, is something called the SAFER Act, which basically states that boys will go to boys' bathrooms, girls will go to girls' bathrooms. Changing facilities will be for boys, will be for girls, and state, college, university, sorority, and fraternities, they have the right to say that it's boys will be in boys' fraternities, the girls will be in girls' fraternities. And that's an explanation of the SAFER Act, but we're also going to include the Parents' Bill of Rights, which this body passed out as well. And basically, it's my understanding that there's a company that's out of California and elsewhere that are saying parents can't get the medical records of their children if the child is over the age of 14. So basically what that Parents' Bill of Rights states is they have to get consent of the parent for any type of surgical procedure, prescription. There are exceptions that are set out in the statute if somebody's already given consent, or unless it's an emergency and they've tried to find the parent and they can't find it. And so basically what we're doing is including in the SAFER Act the Parents' Bill of Rights that passed this body earlier, and that's an explanation of the strike-all.
Gentlelady from Pontotoc, Ms. Waldo.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean
She passes. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield?
Certainly.
Why are we doing this?
Well, what the intent of the bill is, one, is we're going to make sure that boys go to boys' bathrooms, girls go to girls' bathrooms, that we have changing facilities that provide that. If the public body does not want to do that, they can have what we call a unisex bathroom or changing facility, as long as it has a lock on the door. So that's why we're doing it.
So so you mean tell me the unisex bathroom has to have a lock on the door?
It does. Basically, we're trying to maintain the privacy. That way someone, if you have a girl or a lady that's in the bathroom, then someone can't go in there on them, and then actually in the guys will. So if you want to have a unisex, you have to have a lock on the door, which most of the bathrooms do that are unisex that we've gone into.
That you've gone into?
Well, it either has when you have a bathroom that says has a boy and a girl sign beside it, that means boys and girls can both go to it.
Right.
Gentlemen.
Right. Yeah, just trying to catch you.
You're a learned gentleman, so I know you're
100%.
trying to get me.
Seriously though, have we had an issue with this?
Yes, we have. There have been some issues across the state. I think all the way across the state there's been issues on the coast. I think there's been some in the metro area and some up in North Mississippi as well.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, will you yield?
Always for a learned attorney like yourself.
Gentlemen, I think I only have one question. Why does this body care so much about what's in somebody's pants and what they do with it?
Well, I can't answer the question that you said. All I can say is we're going to talk about bathrooms and parental bill of rights. We're going to make sure boys go to boys' bathrooms, girls go to girls' bathrooms. If they want to have a dormitory or sorority or fraternity, they can have boys only, girls only, and that's what we're doing here, gentlemen. Thank you for your question.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, yield.
Certainly, gentlemen.
How will this conflict with this so-called Title IX that is kind of like is a universal law for equal rights in athletics across the country?
I don't think it's going to violate with Title IX. We do have a provision in there that if any part of this is found to be unconstitutional, that the remaining part the parts that are not unconstitutional stay in effect, and the parts that's unconstitutional are not in effect. So we've got to catch y'all for any type of situation that you're worried about.
All right.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I got a simple request, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to have the bill read at the appropriate time, please. Since they're adding so much different language to it, we don't know what we're voting on. So I want the bill read.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Certainly for you.
You said that the intent of this bill is to make sure that boys go to boys' restroom and girls to girls, right?
That's right.
How do we determine which is which?
We have a definition section in the bill which defines what a boy and what a girl is. And I will tell you that I do have a reverse repealer in this bill. And so as we work this bill through the process, if any issues that come up, I know I've had some individuals come to me that want to put a definition with regard to DNA in there, which would maybe alleviate some of the concerns and questions that you're going towards. Okay. But I can read the definitions off to you of what a boy and what a girl is, but I think it's pretty self-explanatory. But we do have a reverse repealer, and it just basically defines what a male and female is and what the sex is, and so that's on how we're going to go with it.
Thank you, gentlemen. Let me ask you this question. Is there another sex in this state and country besides just boys and girls?
I don't mind talking to you about the bill. All I can tell you about the bill is we're defining what the sexes are, male and female, for purposes of state law. Those are conversations that really don't go into what is addressed in this bill, so I'm just going to stick with what's in front of the body, which is this bill right here.
Certainly I understand that, but we are talking about restrooms, correct?
That is true.
So I guess my question, gentlemen, is where would the other sex go for restroom purposes?
They need to if they were born a biological boy, they would need to go to the boys' bathroom. If they're born a biological girl, they need to go to the girls' bathroom. And if not, I guess they could go to a unisex bathroom if they have one of those. We're not going to keep anybody from going to the bathroom. We're just saying for purposes of Mississippi and the laws of the state of Mississippi that a boy is going to go to a boys and a girl is going to go to a girl's bathroom.
Okay. I don't mean to prolong the question, but you say if they have a unisex bathroom, are we in this body going to mandate that every place have a unisex bathroom?
No, this does not apply to private businesses or anything of that nature. This is just state law with public bodies, and they either have to have a boys' bathroom and a girls' bathroom, which I think a lot of them already do. And then we're also going to have, if they already have a unisex, then they're going to have that as well. I think pretty much what it's doing is just providing a mechanism to ensure that boys go to boys and girls go to girls.
So gentlemen, nowhere in your mind do you see where this could be a problem in this state?
I think basically what we're doing is just ensuring that a male goes to a male bathroom, a girl goes to a girl's bathroom, that with regard to community colleges and fraternities and sororities, that they can have all female dorms, all male dorms, and that nature right there. And that's for purposes of Mississippi law. If this body were to pass this legislation, that's what we're going with right now, which I think is already in effect in a good part, but there have been some issues that's come up.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Certainly.
Gentlemen, you ever heard of a mess?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
A mess. You know how you got your baby and they sitting at the table and they got the food all over the place. They create a mess. You ever seen a mess?
I've heard of it, gentlemen.
That's what this bill is, a mess. Now what you're going to do is create a mess full of cesspool of lawsuits and all that stuff. Can we straighten this bill out? If you want to do what you want to do, keep people out of the bathroom, fine, but make a better bill than this. I'm trying to figure out. I got a question. Who can sue on this bill?
It's a private cause of action. We also have the Senate amended the original House bill, and basically put an exception in there that one does not exist against the agencies, public junior colleges, and universities of that nature.
Who is the injured party in this bill?
The injured
who has the standing to sue? That's what I'm asking.
The injured party would be the individual, and anybody can sue for any reason. You know that, gentlemen. But the injured party would be the individual that has someone that goes into the bathroom of the opposite sex. So if a boy goes into the girl's bathroom, then that individual would be able to reach out to the appropriate governing authority, whether it be the state agency, the junior college, the college, the university, and then the Attorney General would have enforcement action under it as well. But I think what it's doing is providing a backdrop for the individual. Give me just a second, please.
You're moving kind of fast. Like you're moving way ahead of me. Can you slow down a little bit so we can hear you? Who can sue?
It's a private.
Who has standing to sue?
Anyone can sue that wants to sue. Now, whether the lawsuit goes forward or not, that's an ultimate determination made by a court.
Now, how will you determine the harm? How will you determine, how would a jury or trier of fact, how would they determine the harm done to an individual in this suit?
Well, basically, we'd have the Attorney General enforcing any of those actions with regard to the state of Mississippi or public lands.
Sir, you're not answering my question.
I'm answering it the way I'm answering it, gentlemen. We may agree to disagree on what the answer is, but I do have a reverse
You keep talking about the Attorney General's office. I'm asking you, in a civil lawsuit, what mechanism and what law, what measure is it reasonable? I mean, is it prime? How would I set up? How would I have a prima facie case in this action by the statute?
Proof that we don't have bathrooms that are set up according to state law. Proof that you have an individual that goes into a bathroom that's either a boy and goes into a girl, or vice versa. Of course, I said earlier in the section of the bill there is a limit with regard to suing the state agencies, and that would mean that the AG's office would do the enforcement of that part of the legislation. And so if we had some violations with regard to going into that bathroom right there, the Attorney General would ensure that we have boys labeled as girls, boys labeled as boys, girls as girls, or unisex.
Could you tell this body what exactly is the violation?
The violation is not abiding by state law and going into the wrong facility, or changing facility, or not providing the proper type of dormitories or sorority or fraternity. As long as it's on public land, you can do what you want to on private. This doesn't. If your own business that you have, you can do as you want to do. We're just saying with regard to public land.
I'm asking, what is the violation in this bill?
The violation is that a private cause of action does exist that would be determined up to the jury or the court with regard to damages. We're not outlining what it specifically would or would not be. What we do anticipate is once this law is passed that we're going to have bathrooms which are properly labeled or unisex, and then as we'll do that, we'll move it through the process, and then we'll leave it up to the courts. We're a legislative body. We're going to let the judicial system take care with regard to the damages and the rest of it.
We can't do that. That's what I'm talking about. You're creating a mess. I mean, why are we, you created a mess. You have not answered my question. I have asked you basic principles of law in this bill that the questions you're not responding to my questions.
Gentlemen, I've asked and answered it. You may not agree with the response that I'm providing to you, but we're going to be reasonable people and agree to disagree on what we think is applicable in this situation. That's what all good learned attorneys do. They agree to disagree at certain times, and I'm just going to have to lay it out to you, gentlemen. We're going to have to agree to disagree on it, but I appreciate the question.
I have a couple more questions. Would the gentleman yield?
Always for you. I'm not going to not yield.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate your discourse. Who can be sued in this bill?
The individual that goes into the bathroom can be sued. Now, with regard to the university or the college, then they cannot be sued.
Well, you talk about a mess. Look, now, hold on. We talked about this in committee, gentlemen. Now, I don't want to go back to that now. The lady from Madison is in here. She can tell you now. Are we gonna sue everybody that go to the bathroom now? Is that what we're doing? I'm just asking. I'm asking the question, huh?
Gentlemen, if an individual feels empowered to use the judicial process to right what they perceive as a wrong, then they can do that. That's what this country is made of.
All right, what is the remedy in this bill? What's the remedy?
The remedy in this bill is we're going to make sure boys go to boys, girls go to girls, change the facilities have boys and girls. The other remedy is we're going to make sure that dormitories can be...
Are we talking about money damages? Are we talking about, what are we talking about? I mean, is this going to be a chancery court bill, circuit court?
What we're saying is the Attorney General is going to have the right to enforce and make sure these bathrooms and these changing stations and all these other ones are properly enforced with regard to public bodies, with regard to anyone that feels like they have been a
I tell you
violation of state law.
We don't have to worry about this bill. Attorney General don't even go to work. They never show up at court. So I guess this bill never get enforced. If that's the case, we wait on Attorney General's office. They don't even show up for court. Nowhere do they show up for court.
No comment, gentlemen.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your questions.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Certainly, gentlemen.
You know, I've read some of the sections of this bill, in particular Section 11, that defines male and female. And my question is, under this bill, if an individual goes under reassignment surgery, you would agree there's a lot of advanced surgeries out there in the country that can physically change the makeup of an individual, correct?
Yes.
So if somebody goes under that surgery, under Section 11, they would still be defined as the gender when they were naturally born, correct?
Basically, it says a male is an individual who naturally has had or would have had. So, and that's one of the issues that I'd like to have the reverse repealer in there, because I think we do need to tighten up this definition section with regard to people that have been have undergone surgeries and things. I think that would be something we could look into.
Right, but under this language, if that individual goes to a college in this state and they have undergone such advanced surgeries, under this bill, they would have to be required to go into the dormitory based on this definition, which is based on how they were naturally born, right?
That's right. Basically, I would assume, and you know what it gets for assuming sometimes, but when you apply to go to a college or a university, that they have your birth certificate, they have your driver's license, they have everything, the social security card, which indicates what type of gender you were when you were born, and so that would be the gender as we believe, and as I believe the legislative intent of this body is that if you're born a boy or a girl, then you will abide by the rules contained within this statute right here of the SAFER Act. You will go to a boy's bathroom if you're a boy. You'll go to a girl's if you're a girl. If it's a changing facility, you'll go to the appropriate one, unless that body or state agency has a unisex bathroom with a lock on it.
Right, but if someone's gone through that reassignment process and they are put in a girls' dormitory, I have some concerns that the other individual in that dorm would be made to feel uncomfortable. Do they have any recourse?
You know, gentlemen, we're going to say that the universities have the right under this bill to have one sex only and another sex only. I don't know they may have a unisex dormitory already. I don't know that. I think they may have co-ed dorms, so maybe that would be an option. I don't know that. That would be me speculating. But under the terms of this bill, we're going to go under the gender is at birth.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Gentlelady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to speak on the bill at the appropriate time.
Okay. Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter.
Sorry, gentlemen, I lied. I got another question. Section 7 of the bill speaks to social sororities and fraternities. My question is why are fraternities typically take males, correct?
Fraternities are, in my understanding of fraternities, male, sorority is a girl.
Okay, and so why are we trying to legislate what a fraternity and a sorority does?
We're not, if they don't want to have a home or something on public land, they can do as they please. This bill only applies if where they're at, that fraternity or sorority is located on state-owned property or university-owned property, then that's what we're saying they have to do.
Were you chosen to be in a fraternity, gentlemen?
I was in a fraternity, yes, gentlemen.
So, okay. And so, doesn't your fraternity have the ability to choose who they want to be in the fraternity?
It's been a long time since I went to fraternity, but yes, I think that's my recollection of it.
Okay, so what's the point of this legislation that the fraternity or the sorority has the ability to choose to pick and choose who they want to be in the organization?
Well, gentlemen, we're just going to make sure with regards to any type, if you're on public body, if you're on public land, if you're on college property, if you're on, we want to be able to have some type of mechanism in place that says boys that go to boys and girls go to girls. And so, but they can choose. If they don't want to do it, all they have to do is move their fraternity or sorority house off campus and onto private land, and they're free to do as they please.
Gentlemen, I understand that you're answering my question to the best of your ability, but I am just failing to understand why we care who a fraternity lets into their organization and who a sorority allows in their organization. As a state, why do we care? It's their organization, right?
Gentlemen, but you do know that sorority and fraternities are governed by national chapters, and they have their charters based upon that as well. So we're going to say, look, if you're going to be on state property, or you're going to come to the state of Mississippi, you're going to be on IHL property, you're going to be on state property, you're going to be on here, then you're going to have.
We're going to tell you how to run your fraternity. We're going to tell you how to run your sorority. You got to pick who we say pick.
Not necessarily.
Deny who we say deny.
Nope, I disagree. All they have to do is move the sorority house, fraternity house off public land, purchase the land, lease the land, do what they want to, and then they are free to do what they want to do.
So with your fraternity, I won't ask you to tell me which one it is, but with your fraternity, would they choose a female to be in your fraternity?
Gentlemen, that's been so many moons ago. That's 25 years ago.
You went through the process, and you are a member of whatever fraternity. You can't think whether or not your fraternity would allow a female to be a part of the organization?
I can't speak to how fraternities select members or how they used to select members. All I can speak to is how this bill operates and how we're going to move forward with it with regard to boys and girls. And I appreciate the line of questioning, but that's my answer, gentlemen.
I'm sure. Thanks, Joe.
All right, thank you.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum.
Does the gentleman yield?
Certainly, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, right now, is there a law against a male using a female bathroom?
I don't know if there's one on the books or not, but after we pass this piece of legislation with regard to boys and girls, it will be.
Okay.
On public property.
On public property. Okay, what will be the civil penalty? Or would it be a misdemeanor or a felony if a male get caught coming out of an empty female's bathroom on public property and vice versa?
Gentlemen, I think the way it says is they have a private cause of action. Let me refer you to the section. That would be great, thank you. It basically just says they have a civil cause of action as you move it through the process, and which is good. You make a good point. What I do say this, as we have a reverse repealer in it, if you think it needs to be a felony with this body, we can vote on making it a felony to go into a boy's bathroom and a girl's bathroom. If that body, and I'll commit to this body that we can look at it being criminal if y'all want to. And so I think that may be the direction I'm going to have to head with this bill as we work it through the process. But I do appreciate you bringing that out.
And I'm glad you said that, gentlemen, because don't you think it should be a felony not to take care of the poor? Don't you think it should be a felony not to be able to fund schools that's dilapidated? Don't you think it should be a felony for willful neglect not to make sure that everyone have the right to health care in the state of Mississippi?
I appreciate those general statements that you make. We may agree to disagree on it, but I'll discuss anything with regard to this bill, with regard to the SAFER Act, which was regard to boys and girls, with regard to changing stations, with regard to parents being able to make sure they can obtain medical records of their children. That's what I'm here at this well to discuss. And gentlemen, you're free to file any type of bill you want or offer any type of amendment that you want with regard to your concerns. I appreciate it. You're compassionate about your constituents. You do an awfully good job for them. And I know, but I'm here to discuss the SAFER Act and the Parents' Bill of Rights.
Okay, my last question to this gentleman, I'm going to sit down. This is my last question. Is this body ready to give the college and universities that's already underfunded the funding it needs to provide additional bathrooms for the student load and capacity when they say a male can only use a male, a female can only use a female, because we know our historically black colleges and universities does not have the necessary funding need to improve their campuses. So when we create this law, it's incumbent upon us to provide for this law. Is that correct or incorrect, gentlemen?
Gentlemen, I really think we've already got boys' bathrooms, we already got girls' bathrooms, and we already have a unisex. I don't think it's going to cost much. I would say it probably costs $5 to put a boys sign up above the boys' girl bath, and then $5 to put a girl sign. So I'm looking probably at maybe $10 per bathroom to do it.
Okay, so the state is going to give these colleges they $10 to do it.
Gentlemen, everyone gets an annual appropriation, and I'm probably, more than likely, they already have an emblem on their bathroom door that says boy or girl or unisex. I don't really think it's going to cost these individuals any more, because we already have current facilities in all of our state agencies and our public bodies with regard to bathrooms. I'm pretty sure that they probably have boys and girls. I can't think of a state agency around here that I went around to look at that it doesn't have a boy or a girl emblem on there. But I appreciate the question. You actually made some good points, and I plan on looking at some of those issues as we work through the process.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. Like I said again, I really appreciate you taking the line and questioning. And my thing is, you do a great job of advocating, but just want you to understand the reason these questions get asked.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Because there's so many times we define what an individual or some constituent says what's a priority for the state of Mississippi. You know what I'm saying? And thank you.
I appreciate your questions. Thank you.
Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Watson.
Thank you.
Pass. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Crudup.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman yield.
Always for you, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, I got a couple of questions. So you said that this bill is about bathrooms and restrooms, right?
Amongst other things, yes.
So what age did this begin? You know, at what age does this begin with boys going into girls' bathrooms, or, you know, the opposite way of that?
A couple minutes after you're born.
Well, the reason I'm asking this, gentleman, is because, you know, there's a lot of parents sometimes that may take somebody like, you know, little Joey to the restroom when he's age 5 with them. And so the question is, I mean, what are we going to do about that? What's the penalty to that?
Under Section 8 of the legislation, we do have an exception under there. There are a list of exceptions for permissible purposes to enter into those sex-designated restrooms. You can accompany a person of the opposite sex for the purpose of assisting or chaperoning a child under the age of 12. So as long as your child is 12 and younger, then the other parent could go in that bathroom. Or a vulnerable person, an individual that's defined under statute as being a vulnerable. We've got exceptions with regard to employees that work there to clean the bathrooms, and actually our medical emergency personnel, if they need to render any type of assistance, then they can go in there. And so.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Another question. You know, there's a lot of concerts and events sometimes where, you know, people get to taking in a lot of other kind of beverages that have to go to the restroom quite often. And so if the bathroom is, you know, full on one side, and the gentleman from Choctaw maybe has to go, you know, the other bathroom may be full, what do you do then, gentlemen?
You better hold it, gentlemen.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, yield.
Certainly, certainly.
Let's go back to that section you were just talking about. So if I'm traveling 49 South and I decide to stop at a rest stop, and my child has eaten something and has an upset stomach, and the men's restroom is down for maintenance and in disrepair, and I send him into the female restroom, and so he can use the restroom, and I stand at the door, can I be charged?
Gentlemen, that would be private property. This legislation applies to public bodies.
So you telling me rest stops in this state are private property?
Oh, you're talking about I thought you said like you're talking about on the side of the interstate?
Yeah.
One of those?
On 49 South, you know those rest stops?
Okay.
That we spent about billions and billions of dollars a few years ago.
We definitely need to put some more money into those rest stops. I think that our transportation chair has looked into doing some of that stuff, and I applaud his efforts.
And so, just say I let little Ricky go use the restroom, and the gentle lady from Madison sees me standing outside the ladies' restroom, and little Ricky comes out the restroom. Can she call the police and file charges on me because I let little Ricky use the restroom, who happens to be 13?
Well, gentlemen, there is an exception.
Can I be charged? That's a yes or no answer, gentlemen. You got to go around the bush.
Let me give my explanation first, and then you can try to tie me down on a yes or no. Gentlemen, first off, we'd have to determine whether that rest stop is federally owned or state-owned. If it was a state-owned restroom, then the laws of this body would apply. Boys would have to go to boys, girls would have to go to girls, you know, or they had to have a unisex. Either way they could do it. If someone felt that they were damaged by little Ricky going into the girls' bathroom, then they would have the private cause of action. I don't know if someone with a 13-year-old little Ricky boy that absolutely had to go in another bathroom would have a lawsuit against them, but the way the statute and the way this body's read, it's at 12 years old, and so I can't stop individuals from filing lawsuits and trying to do stuff.
I asked, could I be arrested or charged for violating this law? That's what I asked you. I didn't ask you about soon. I asked if my 13-year-old son had an upset stomach and there was nowhere else for him to go because the man's bathroom was in disrepair, and I let him go into the female bathroom. I stood guard at the door to make sure no one else came in. Would I be charged a crime for doing that? That's a yes or no answer.
I don't think you would be charged criminally with the crime. I think an individual that if there was another lady in that bathroom, in that facility, when little Ricky went in there, would have the private cause of action if the lady choose to. But I know most of the ladies that are in the restrooms are mothers and fathers, and they understand children, and that would be an individual cause of action based upon that lady that was in the ladies' bathroom when little Ricky went in.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
That is no.
I know.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Excuse me. Thank you, gentlemen. Will the gentleman yield?
Certainly, gentlemen.
I think most of the questions I had questions about have been asked, but I'm back to, as I've asked in the committee, there's some concerns about enforcement, who can sue, who do you sue, what the cause of action would be. And I think some of those questions have been asked, and you've answered them as well as you can. But on this housing in Section 8, it says you prohibit a person in single-sex housing from going into the room of a person of the opposite sex.
Which section are you in? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Section 8. If I don't have it in front of me, when I read it was Section 8.
116?
Of the amendment.
Okay, all right, 116, okay.
It says in single-sex educational housing spaces authorized by the educational institution. That's on line 136.
130, okay.
138. But it's in a section that says, that talks about, reference the exceptions. I'm trying to understand why we are, universities set their own rules in terms of visitation, where you can go. Why are we putting in statute prohibiting a person from going into the dorm room of a person of opposite sex? Why are we doing that?
I think this allows our universities to set these policies and gives them backing under state law. And so what I think this does is allows an enforcement mechanism if they don't do it at the Attorney General. And then if they do it, then a student that feels like they have a private cause of action against the person that entered that bathroom could file that lawsuit if they want to. So what I think it does is it provides a statutory mechanism for our public bodies to establish policies with regard to bathrooms. We have protected the state and the agencies from being sued. We do allow the Attorney General to enforce that action, and then we do give a private cause of action with regard to the individual that was walked into in the bathroom or the changing station area.
This is not a changing station issue. I'm reading, I didn't need you to explain what I read. I'm saying that it reads that you prohibit a person from going into a opposite sex dorm room. But you answered the question. I don't think it, my question was why right now, university administratively sets those rules by dorm resident managers and those kind of things. I'm just questioning why we need to put that in statute. They can enforce that rule themselves.
I think it provides the mechanism for them to have female dorms, male dorms, and co-ed dorms if they'd like. And I don't think it prohibits an individual from going into a room of an individual that is invited in. I think it just establishes overall the residents of that dormitory or fraternity or sorority will be either a male or female if they want to stay, if the sorority wants to stay on public land.
Well, I would submit to you that's not what the legislation says, but I understand you got a reverse appealer. The bad language, the poorly written language in here, I'm sure you'll have some time to work on it. Thank you.
If you'll bring me some language, I'll be glad to look at it, and we want to make sure we get it done right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chairman yield?
I will yield, but we're not yielding for any amendments, gentlemen.
Okay, I accept that. Gentlemen, let me just ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
You've heard of Title IX.
I have.
And Title IX is the federal law that deals with discrimination, and specifically at our institution of higher learning.
Yes.
And it basically says no discrimination on based on gender, and also sexual orientation is a protected class. Would you agree?
Gentlemen, Title IX speaks for itself. I don't have it here in front of me, but I do have a paragraph in this piece of legislation that if it's found to be unconstitutional, what's unconstitutional will be struck, and the rest of it will remain in full force and effect. So that'll be up for the courts to decide.
And I agree with the gentleman on that. That is in the bill. But based upon my reading of Title IX, and what it says is that you have to have 3 bathrooms, a male bathroom, female, and a unisex for transgender or for a gay person. Now, what will we do where we have a band hall at Mississippi Valley State University that presently only have 2 bathrooms, a male bathroom and a female bathroom? This would require that we would also have to install a unisex bathroom to prevent us from having an unconstitutional law.
I don't want to get into the specifics of it, but I think they could just make all the bathrooms in that facility unisex, and we could go from there.
So then at that point, we'll be doing just the opposite of the intent of this legislation. We'll be encouraging men and women to use the same bathroom.
I agree to disagree on that.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, gentlemen, but I'm going to agree to disagree because the legislation says boy, girl, or unisex, and so that's the intent of this legislation. If you don't want to classify what your bathroom is, you must make all the bathrooms unisex with a door lock on it, and that's where we're at.
No further questions. Gentlelady from Holmes, from Hines, do you want to speak on the strike all, or you want to speak on the bill? Okay, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I assume that this bill is going to pass, but I felt so compelled to come and speak on the bill. I think we all understand why this bill is being proposed. It's not necessarily about keeping peeping Toms out of the bathroom. It is really about marginalizing the transgender community. And I want to say that what this bill would do is to embrace a state that is not the hospitality state, but a state that actually would have more hate crimes and would embrace bullying in this state. And I'll tell you, when I was a young girl, simply based on the way that I look, I was bullied all the time. I was never black enough because of my complexion. My hair is a certain grade. and folks would tell me that I looked like I was white, or I tried to act like I was white, or I tried to talk like I was white. And as a result of that, I would get terrorized at school. And I had to come up with a strategy to get the bulliers, the people that were bullying me, to stop bullying me. Fortunately, I had parents that instilled in me that my differences were okay, that the way that God made me was okay. And I would just tell you that the way that God made trans people is okay. We have trans people in our state. They are not going anywhere. And we should not deny them their humanity based on their differences. I've had the privilege of working with the trans community prior to me coming into this body. And the stories that they would share with us about how they were discriminated against, how they were denied opportunities, denied access, people looking at them differently and treating them differently. It reminded me of what my ancestors had to deal with at a time when they couldn't go in the bathroom either. And they wouldn't dare stick their toe in a pool. They couldn't go in certain places either. And it also reminded me of my own experience of being bullied as a young girl. You know, the Bible teaches us and tells us that we should love each other as God has loved us. In fact, Matthew 22:39 says, love your neighbor as yourself. And I know that we like to quote Bible scriptures in here when it only applies to certain situations. But God is love, and God teaches us to love one another. We should not codify legislation that allows people to hate other people in this state. In Mississippi, not only have we experienced a stagnant population, but we have also experienced a reduction in our workforce. People are not necessarily dying to come to the state of Mississippi. And that's going to have devastating effects on the future of our state. When we put these kinds of measures into law, we are making the situation worse. You may have trans people in your family. You may even have them going to your church. They could be your neighbors. Why would you want to deny them the space to live the life that they want to live? So, ladies and gentlemen, I know that the bill is going to pass, but
your time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just say, search your hearts, and let's not deny people or discriminate against people. Let's love people, protect people, and help people. That's why we're here. Thank you so much.
Gentleman from Washington, you want to speak on the strike all, or do you want to speak on the bill? Strike all. You're recognized.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna try to bring some sense to this silly situation. And because all of you wondering why we're doing what we're doing, I'm gonna tell you so you can understand why we're doing what we're doing. Ain't nothing gonna make Mississippi safer by this act. It ain't gonna make you safer. Ain't gonna make nobody safer. In politics, somebody got to have an issue to run on. They used to run on race, colors, and all that. Then they started running against people on abortion. Now they got to have an issue on transgender. It's just silly. Sometimes we just get on the verge of being ridiculous in the things that we do. And I don't want history to sit up and tell me that all of us sitting up in this body, and I get so sick and tired of y'all talking this learned gentleman, this learned scholar. You ain't learned nowhere, you know? and if I was learned, if I was a speaker, this trash wouldn't come out here. I would put it in the garbage can. But we let this trash come out here. We spend over an hour talking about trash, silly stuff, and we won't even spend 5 minutes to take $1 billion to give health care to our people. It just shows you how ridiculous. I say we get on the verge of being ridiculous in this body. That's how ridiculous we are. Talking all about this issue. Only thing you're doing is driving an issue home to give somebody a right to campaign on. So don't get yourself all contorted about this issue. It ain't gonna change nothing. Ain't nothing gonna happen. Ain't no lawsuits. Ain't gonna be this. Ain't gonna be nothing. It's just one issue that's gonna be putting on somebody's political ad or somebody's publicity. By God, we did something about them trans. We did it, y'all. That's all it's gonna be. So have a sense of humor about it and laugh at this ridiculous, silly piece of legislation. It ain't gonna make you save. It ain't gonna do nothing. It ain't gonna do diddly squat for you here. Thank you. Vote no against this stuff. Let people know that somebody in here got some sense. Still in Mississippi, somebody got some sense. Vote no on this silly piece of legislation.
Nobody else seeking recognition, so the question occurs on the strike all number 2. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. I don't think the House is voting. All those in favor say aye. No. The ayes have it. Roll call is demanded. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 80 yeas, 37 nays, strike all Amendment 2 passes. Back on the bill.
Final passage, Mr. Speaker.
Final passage. No one seeking recognition. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Oh, crap. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk.
Oh, he did, okay.
By a vote of 80 yeas, 31 nays, the bill passes. Okay, we're going to take a break for lunch. Any announcements? No announcement. Recognize the gentleman from Rankin to make a motion. Okay, I got you. Gentleman from, hang on just a second. Gentleman from Benton, Mr. Massengill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Donate Live Mississippi is having a lunch in room 202 and everyone's invited.
Gentleman from Leek, Mr. Holloway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My desk mate, our colleague, Lawrence Blackman, is having a documentary viewing and a luncheon to celebrate the commencement of Pioneer Day at the state capitol and room 201A. So let's go by and support our colleague. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. The gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, to the vote on yesterday's calendar, Senate Bill 2799, which was item number 8 on the general calendar, I was voted present. I'd like to change my vote to no.
Change the vote. Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to make sure it's clear and understand. I withdrew my motion on reading the bill, so don't nobody get confused about anybody being disrespected. I texted the Speaker and told him I withdrew my motion to read for the sake of time.
Thank you. Gentleman from Itawamba, Mr. Boyd.
With unanimous consent, I was voted no on a 2179, SB 2179. I'd like to change that vote to yes.
Anyone object to this? Change the gentleman's vote. Gentlelady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hold Senate Bill 2753 on a motion.
Okay, we'll do that. Recognize the chairman and the vice chairman. Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hold item number 2 on the general bill, Senate Bill 2727 on a motion.
Okay, we'll notify the chairman and vice chairman. Gentleman from Prentice, Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hold item number 4, Senate Bill 2311 on the motion.
We'll do that. We'll notify the chairman and vice chair. Gentleman from Copiah, Mr. Holloway. Okay. He waves off. Recognize the gentleman from Rankin for the motion.
I move that the House stand in recess until 1:30 p.m.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. No. Ayes have it. Be back at 1:30.
on the general calendar. I recognize the gentleman from Choctaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, Senate Bill 2764, item 9 on the calendar. I'd like to call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You recognize, gentlemen. I see you've got amendment.
Yes, sir.
Strike all. You want to explain the strike all?
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, all that the strike all is a reverse repealer. Basically, what this bill does is mobile homes that were manufactured prior to 2000 did not have a title, and so what we've come into the conclusion that when they try to refinance or do a loan, that it takes about 45 to 60 days to go through DOR, and so what we're going to do is just allow them to fill out an affidavit form, which is contained within the bill. And this will allow them to get a title and we can close quicker. And that's an explanation of the strike all, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the strike all? I don't see any. If you favor adoption of the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With unanimous consent, I'd like to move down to item 32, Senate Bill 2776, and call it up, make the usual motion.
Item 32, Senate Bill 2776. Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I'd like to recognize the Vice Chair, Lady from Hines, to handle the bill.
Lady from Hines is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is very specific in its scope. It applies specifically to the $10 billion Amazon project that we passed out earlier this session, and would allow quick take for that project for water and sewer. And that is an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will gentlelady yield?
Yes.
So this gives eminent domain rights to them to go into somebody's property and just pretty much immediately possess it, or?
They already have eminent domain. This just allows quick take, which speeds up the eminent domain process, the court process, so that we're looking at hopefully not delaying the Amazon project by 2 or 3 years. We can go in and look at more of a 120-day process, hopefully.
So it doesn't take anybody's rights that owns property and subvert them? I mean,
it does not. It just speeds the process up, but there is still a process.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't see any further questions, lady.
Final passage, please.
She moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 88 yeas, 27 nays, bill passes. I believe, yep, Judge has one more item, lady.
That's correct, Mr. Speaker. Item number 36, Senate Bill number 2180.
We will go to that item, lady.
Thank you.
You make the usual motion?
Yes, then there is a strike all.
Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Lady, you are recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a cleanup bill from what we passed last session. It does two things. The first of those things is that it removes the requirement that anyone has to obtain written approval from either the Chief of Capitol Police or the Commissioner of the Department of Public Safety before they would be allowed to have an event in front of a state-owned building within the CCID boundaries. Again, we are removing the requirement that you have to have that approval. And then the second thing that this bill does is that we are clarifying that Capitol Police can enforce the City of Jackson ordinances that are necessary to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the public. And that is an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the strike all? Gentleman from Bolivar, Mr. Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Young lady, you.
Yes.
So you're telling me that they don't have to get approval from Capitol Police, but yet Capitol Police would have to make sure everything is governed in order the way the event should go.
So in the legislation that we passed last session, there was a specific provision in the law that said that written approval would be required before you were allowed to have a demonstration or a protest or a gathering in front of a state-owned building within the CCID.
Right.
We are deleting that requirement from the law. So you are no longer required to get a permit, essentially, from Capitol Police or the Department of Public Safety in order to have that gathering. Right. You would still be required to follow any requirement from the City of Jackson that they have for permitting or anything along those lines.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't see any further questions on the strike all. Question occurs on the adoption of strike all amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, lady?
No, Mr. Speaker.
She moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 109 yeas, 3 nays, the bill passes. All right. We will return to the appropriations calendar.
You ready, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, sir. Gentleman from Jackson, you're recognized.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the House. We're about to take up the appropriations calendar. And to lead off, I'm going to ask the Appropriations Chairman of Committee B to come up, gentleman from Neshoba, Mr. Bounds, to explain all the agencies, and then we will go right through the Chairman of Appropriations until we get them all worked. So y'all need to be paying attention. They're going to tell you what they can do and what they can't do and what we've done. This time I recognize the gentleman from Neshoba.
Gentleman from Neshoba, Chairman of Appropriations B, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, if you'll go to your appropriations calendar, the first 5 items on the calendar, item 1 through 5, Senate Bill 3036, 3037, 3038, 3041, 3023. These are all strike alls, but I would ask that to be taken up in a block. Let me explain on these. These are all going to be base level funding plus the health insurance. They do include reverse repealers, so they are going to conference. And that's the first 5 items. And
gentlemen, let me pause you real quick. Does any member wish to have any of these 5 items that gentleman's outlined set aside from the block before Madam Clerk loads them in the machine and starts that process? Lady from Forest, Ms. McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I have SB number 3036, item number 1, set aside?
All right. I don't see anyone else. Gentlemen, you want to do the first one? Or you want to do the 2 through 5 in block, whichever way you prefer?
Well, we can go ahead and let's just go ahead and take up first one, Senate Bill 3036 for the lady. She wanted it set aside, or she have questions?
She wanted it set aside. So okay. If you'll call that bill up, we'll proceed.
All right, go to item number 1, Senate Bill 3036, call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a 3rd time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, I notice you've got a strike call. You're recognized to explain the strike call on this bill.
Yes, so Senate Bill 3036, it is the budget for the Department of Ag and Commerce. It does come in at LBR, or base level funding, plus the insurance with a reverse repealer, so it would go to conference. And that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the strike call? Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, what would happen to this budget if we zeroed it out?
Well, if we zeroed it out, and we go into the new fiscal year without a budget, we'd have to do something.
So do you think this agency is working inside the guidelines that it's supposed to be working in?
Gentlemen, looking at their numbers and what they have, looking at the notes that I have, I will say that from what I can tell, they are working within the budget parameters, the money parameters that they have, but I know that there are probably some concerns that maybe we need to tighten up on it a little bit, but that's, as we go into conference, we will.
So Jim, would you not agree with me that this agency tends to get outside and dibble in the gray a little bit rather than staying inside the framework that's been established for?
Well, gentlemen, I would say that I don't know. I know that they have a defined purpose and a defined mission on what they want to do, and I think as we go into conference, we can address all of that as we go forward.
So, gentlemen, would you not agree that this agency has gotten outside the purview of what it was authorized for?
Well, as far as their operations and what they're doing, what they're actually doing with the monies that they receive, I would have to say that they are doing what they are authorized to do.
So would you not agree with me that they not doing what they supposed to be doing? They dibbling and dabbling in what we do over here? Would you not agree with me on that?
Well, gentlemen, it's a lot of moving parts within the Department of Ag. You got the fairgrounds, you got the Dixie National, you got the county livestock shows and things like that. Within the parameters of the money that we gave them in this current fiscal year, they are operating under the parameters of that. And
so, gentlemen, aren't they supposed to be dealing with animal rights and stuff rather than women's rights? Wouldn't you agree with that?
Well, not necessarily animals' rights, but on the women's rights, obviously that's not within the purview of what they do. But we're talking about their budget right here, and so focused on the budget.
So, gentlemen, would you consider having a conversation with the head of that agency to understand that we like when they stay inside the perimeters of what they've been authorized to do and stay out of our business? Would you have that conversation with them?
Gentlemen, as we go forward in the conference process and the budgeting process and establishing what their appropriation may be for the fiscal year 25 budget, we'll certainly take any consideration that any member of this House want us to have a conversation with.
Well, gentlemen, I thank you for being such a diligent steward of that budget.
Thank you, sir.
All right, I don't see any further questions on the strike all. Question recurs to the adoption of strike all amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike all is adopted. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 105 yeas, 7 nays, the bill passes. Next items, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I would like to go to items number 2, Senate Bill 3037, item number 3, Senate Bill 3038, item number 4, Senate Bill 3041, and item number 5, Senate Bill 3023, and if there's no objection, calling those up in a block. All of these bills also come in at the base level of funding with health insurance, reverse repealer, and they are going to conference.
I would just note that these are all strike alls, and that is explanations of the strike alls as you note them.
That's correct.
Any member have any questions on any of these at this point? I don't see any. Open machine, Madam Clerk. I'm sorry. Question recurs to the adoption of strike all amendments on each of these 4 items. If you favor the strike alls, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further, gentlemen?
No, that's all. Move final passage on those 4.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. The bill's passed. Next item, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, if I could, with unanimous consent, I'd like to jump down to item number 43, Senate Bill 3026, call it up and make the usual motion.
That was item 43.
Yes, sir. Senate Bill 3026, the Board of Registered Professional Geologists.
All right. Madam Clerk's got it up. Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
All right, and we do have a strike all on that.
You'll be recognized to explain that strike off.
Okay. What the strike off does, this bill came over from the Senate with a reverse repealer. The numbers were not any different from what they sent over. We're just removing the reverse repealer on this, sending it back to the Senate to concur with. I would just tell you this agency comes in at $140,838. Here again, it's LBR base plus the health insurance, and it does remove the reverse repealer. Goes back to the Senate for their concurrence, and that's an explanation of the strike-off.
Questions on the strike-off? I don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of strike-all Amendment 1. If you favor the strike-all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 44, Senate Bill 3032. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the appropriation for the Board of Veterinary Examiners. This is a special fund agency. It comes in at $200,296. Has no health insurance, no head count. They don't have personnel. They do it within the parameters of what the examiners do. Has no reverse repealer in it, so that means that we in the Senate have agreed with the funding level of the agency, and upon approval by this House, it would go to the governor for his signature. So I move final passage of no questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen. He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes.
I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Lafayette to handle the next few bills.
Gentleman from Lafayette is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we could go to item 6, Senate Bill 3039, 7, 3040. Skip item 8, item 9, Senate Bill 3021, item 10, Senate Bill 3044, 11, Senate Bill 3035, 12, Senate Bill 3020, 13, Senate Bill 3045. I'd like to take those up in a block, and we'll be happy to hold out any if needed.
Gentleman from Tallahatchie, Mr. Rosebud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Want to hold up item number 6, Senate Bill 3039. Set it to the side, out of the block.
I see no other member seeking recognition on this block. It will now be items 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. Madam Clerk's got them loaded.
Go ahead and take those.
Yes, sir. You're recognized. I believe all of these are strike-alls.
Yes, sir.
You're recognized to explain the strike-alls on these.
This is the same thing. It's base level funding. It's got reverse repealers in it. It's going to conference. That's the explanation of the strike-all.
Questions on the strike-alls?
Move for final passage.
Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Yeah, parliamentary inquiry to you, the Speaker.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Is it not appropriate for them to at least tell us, and that's because people are over here asking, the amounts of monies so that the people have a little bit of an idea of what it is that they're talking about?
Lady, you're welcome to ask questions on any bill.
So that they don't have to tell the membership about the monies.
His explanation is he's at LBR with a reverse repealer. I committed to this body when I was elected speaker that when they come before you with a real bill in the coming days, they're going to go through the entire bill, including the amounts. If you want to have those discussions now, you are well within your rights as a member, and I don't blame you one bit.
I don't, Mr. Speaker, but what I think we need is, you know, we used to get a sheet with the LBR with the numbers on it because the people were asking. And they might be a little afraid to ask. I'm not afraid to ask.
We know you're not afraid to ask. I would just say.
Absolutely.
I would just say.
26,000 people send me here to ask.
It's strictly up. You know how it works. He's yielding for questions and he's there. I don't know where we are on the sheets. I see Ms. Robinson talking to you. You recognize, gentlemen, to explain your strike calls.
Move for final passage.
We need to adopt the strike calls first in a block vote. Question occurs on the adoption of strike call amendment 1 on this block of items. If you favor the strike calls, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. All right. I don't see any further questions. Gentlemen, let's move final passage on this block. If you favor the bills, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. I'm sorry. If you favor the bills, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bills pass. Next item, Mr.
Speaker,
Chairman.
if we go back to item 6, it was held out. Call that bill up, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, and I see you've got a strike call.
You have a strike call in lieu of the original bill.
You're recognized to explain the strike call.
Again, this is base level funding, and it's got the reverse repealer in it. It's going to go into conference.
Gentleman from Tallahatchie, Mr. Rosebud.
Base level funding.
He passes. All right, question occurs on the adoption of strike call amendment 1. If you favor the strike call, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, sir. Move for final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 116 yeas, 0 nays, the bills pass. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Speaker, if you go to item 8, Senate Bill 3014, call it up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, we have a strike call, adopt in lieu of the original bill.
You're recognized to explain the strike call.
This is University of Mississippi Medical Center appropriation. This is again base level funding plus insurance. The only thing that we did here is we gave them spending authority for the $2 million for the burn center that they received from the health department. Everything else, it's got a reverse repealer. It's going to conference. That's an explanation of the strike call.
Questions on the strike call? I don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of strike call amendment 1. If you favor the strike call, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes.
Mr. Speaker, with unanimous consent, I'd like to skip to item 45 on the appropriations calendar.
Item 45, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
You're recognized.
Senate Bill 3033, I'd like to call it up, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain that strike all, I see.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the Board of Chiropractic Examiners budget. Again, this is base level plus insurance. The few things that we added to this, we had $16,861 for travel, $8,000 for some software, $8,034 for some software upgrades, and $2,789 for some equipment for, it looks like a computer and scanner. That's an explanation of the strike all. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the strike all? I don't see any. Question recurs on the adoption of strike all amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 46, Senate Bill 3029. Call it up, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
You have a strike on this as well to adopt in lieu of the original bill.
All right. You're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the Board of Licensed Professional Counselors. Again, base level funding plus insurance. And then we added $100,000 to update a licensing management system that they had. And that'll be an explanation of the strike all.
Questions on the strike all? I don't see any. Question recurs on the adoption of strike all amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 47, Senate Bill 3034. Call it up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Have a strike all as well to adopt in lieu of the original bill.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
This is the Board of Dental Examiners. Again, base level funding plus insurance. We added $12,446 for a rent increase, $7,617 for some IT fees, and $7,113 for IT phone fees. That's an explanation of the strike all.
Questions on the strike all? Don't see any. Question recurs on the adoption of strike all amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, let's go to item 48, Senate Bill 3027. Call it up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Have a strike all to adopt in lieu of the original bill.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
This is the Board of Massage Therapy. Again, base level funding. Then we had $1,500 increase for travel, $1,000 increase for contract services, and $1,500 increase for new equipment. That's an explanation of the strike all.
Questions on the strike all? I don't see any. Question recurs on the adoption of strike all amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Next item.
Speaker, we can go to item 49, Senate Bill 3059. Call it up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
We have a strike call here as well to adopt in lieu of the original bill.
You're recognized to explain the strike call.
I want to recognize the lady from Amit to explain the strike call.
Lady from Amit is recognized to explain the strike call.
Thank you. We had some technical difficulties. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House. The strike call for Senate Bill 3059 is actually House Bill 1830 that we passed earlier during the session. This is going to be our deficit bill. It's $8,324,874 in capital expense funds, $9,220,000 in special funds. $320,000 in special funds is going to the State Board of Dental Examiners for moving expenses, facility inspections, and upgrading and licensing and enforcement case management system. $1,575,864 is in capital expense funds to MEMA to reimburse the Disaster Trust Fund for the 2023 Wildlife Coordination Mission. $5 million in special funds is going to MDA for the Forestry Facility Grant Program. $3,977,000 in capital expense funds is going to the Secretary of State's office to upgrade the STAR system, the campaign finance portal, and the lobbying reporting portal. $3,900,000 in special fund authority is to the Mississippi Wireless Communication Commission to provide spending funding authority for funds that they previously received. $2,772,010 in capital expense funds is to the Mississippi Department of Health for legal expenses incurred related to the Jackson water litigation, and it's from and after passage. That's an explanation of the strike call, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the strike call?
Move final passage.
I don't see any questions. Question recurs on the adoption of strike call amendment 1. If you favor the strike call, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Ladies, move final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Pike to explain the next bills.
Gentleman from Pike, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the House. I want to ask unanimous consent to set aside the following. They're all going to be a base level funding plus health insurance. They include a reverse repealer, and they are strike calls. It's item number 14, 16, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, and 28. Again, if those are all strike calls, if we can could vote for those in a block, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlemen, let me be sure I've got you right. Items 14 and 18 through 28. Is that correct? What about 16?
I do need to set aside number 15 and number 17 and number 50. So those are the three that we need to set aside, but the other ones can be voted on as a block.
Okay. So we got 14, 16, and 18 through 28.
Yes, sir.
Does any member wish to have any of these items set aside? Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
55.
Say that.
On the appropriations calendar, item 18, Mr. Speaker, Senate Bill 3055.
You'd like that one set aside?
Yes, it would.
Yes, lady, we will do that. Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Yancey.
I don't necessarily want to have anything set aside. I just want to ask a question about something under the Treasurer's Office budget that was on the handout. May I do that at this point?
Let's get them called up in block, and then you're free to question him. Will that be it? Okay?
Sure.
Let's get them before the body.
And Mr. Speaker, I missed my third page here, so I do need to on number 51, 52, 53, and 54, we can also, with unanimous consent, vote those in a block as well.
All right, let me give the members a chance to look at those as well as Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk's loading them. Give her just 1 second. All right, gentlemen, you're recognized on this group of bills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned, this is base level funding plus health insurance.
Gentleman calls the bills up, moves the rules be suspended. The bills considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the strike calls on this group of amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned earlier, the strike calls, they are base level funding plus health insurance. They include a reverse repealer, and that is the explanation of the strike call, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the strike call? Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Yancey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is on Senate Bill number 3051, the appropriation for the Treasurer's Office. I notice on the sheet that was handed out to us, there's a bank service charge for $500,000 that was in the fiscal year 24 budget as well as 25 budget. Is that based on, what is that based on?
One moment, gentlemen. Gentlemen, I'm told that does cover bank service charges that's held in an account.
For everything in the Treasurer's Office, or?
That's my understanding. Yes, sir, that's my understanding.
Is it the 9.670 million that's on this sheet?
That is my understanding, yes, sir.
So we're paying almost 50 basis points and a service charge for almost $10 billion. I was asking if that's what we were paying.
That is my understanding, yes, sir.
Who's looking at this? Is there anyone looking at these fees?
Well, gentlemen, we're looking at them right now, and they have gone through the appropriation process, and we will go through it when we get to the conference process and continue to look at them.
Well, we're very generous. I'll just say that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions on the strike calls? I don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of the strike calls. If you favor the strike calls, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bills, gentlemen?
No, sir. Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bills, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bills pass. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 15, Senate Bill 3053, called up. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the Department of Banking and Consumer Finance
Of course, gentlemen, I know this is a strike call. You're recognized to explain the strike call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is base level funding plus health insurance, includes a reverse repealer, and that is the explanation of the strike call, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the strike call? I don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of strike call amendment 1. If you favor the strike call, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
No, sir, Mr. Speaker.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill's passed. The bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 17, Senate Bill 3054, called up. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bills up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We do have a strike call.
You're recognized to explain this strike call.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Department of Finance Administration. This comes with us today at base level funding plus health insurance. We did add general fund for state property insurance, and it does include a reverse repealer, and that is the explanation of the strike call, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the strike call? I don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of strike call amendment 1. If you favor the strike call, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
No, sir. Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 18, Senate Bill 3055. Called up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We do have a strike call.
You're recognized to explain that strike call.
Mr. Speaker, this is base level funding plus health insurance. It does include a reverse repealer, and that is the explanation of the strike call, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the strike call? Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, gentlemen, I think on the House action report that we received, it's probably about, well, more than 75 of these agencies are operating with the recommendation that the base and House action at a deficit. Can you tell the House whether the governor's mansion's budget is operating at a deficit? Has it been cut?
No, ma'am, they're not.
Okay, so the governor's office mansion operation has not been cut. Let me ask you this, gentlemen. Can you tell us whether we provide food over there for the governor's office,
Lady,
for the governor's mansion?
Lady, I am showing that we cut $3.7 million out of their budget.
Well, I'm looking at, that's why I wanted to get the paper. Because I'm looking at this thing here that we passed out, and it says that the governor's support at the estimation is $3,111,321, that the base with all of the things that you put in it is $3,135,321, and the House action that you're supposed to be bringing to us according to this document is $3,140,999. According to this document, it says plus or minus, and on this particular budget, it is plus $29,670.
Yes, ma'am, but I mean, as I mentioned, we did cut them, and the only thing we added back was the health insurance.
Okay, so so there's not a cut.
Correct.
Okay, so the House can understand there is not a cut. All right. Now, in the governor's office and mansion, can you tell us what we are spending, some of the basic things that we spend $3,140,991 for?
Well, lady, I don't have that information in front of me, but I can get that to you.
Well, did we paint the governor's mansion last year?
Lady, I'm not sure if
because we did want to get that done. Or not. Okay. Do we provide for food at the governor's mansion?
I believe we do.
But let me ask you this. Do we provide for food at the governor's mansion 3 months out of the year, or 6 months out of the year, or 9 months out of the year? Or do we provide for food at the governor's mansion year round?
I believe we supply food for he and his family all year long.
And if we're speaking about this same governor, in one of their policy actions, did we not take food away from children in 3 months out of the year when we're providing food over at the governor's mansion for every day?
Well, lady, you've been here long enough to know that we're talking about the budget for the governor's office and not that type of policy.
Okay. But we are big enough, gentlemen. We're big enough to vote, and I'm going to vote for the governor's mansion. And the reason why I brought up the thing about the painting, you remember last year when the House people were going crazy about painting the governor's mansion. The governor's mansion belongs to the people, so it needs to look good. The governor himself is our governor, so we need to take care of him. But I just wanted to bring to the House's attention, and would you not agree that if we're going to be that way, if we're going to do what's right, then to take food out of poor children's mouths is not really a good policy. Thank you so much, Jim.
Thank you, lady.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Banks.
Gentlemen, a quick, simple question for you. Based on my colleague from Jones County's comments question, would you be amenable on this particular legislation for the amendment to just pay for the food for the governor's office for 9 months versus 12?
No, sir, I would not.
You would not be?
That. No, sir.
Well, it looks like the governor might feel that 9 months is good enough.
Is there a question?
That's it. I just want to bring the point up.
I don't see any further questions. Question occurs on the adoption of gentleman from Madison, Mr. Blackman. I didn't see you, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an introduction out of order.
You're recognized. You're up now.
Thank you so much. Friends and colleagues, if you would please turn your attention to the North Gallery. I have some very special guests here with me this afternoon. First, I have Miss Tara Porter Anderson of Marlowe's Backyard Barbecue in Canton, Mississippi. She provided the food for us this afternoon. And I also have with me my beautiful mother, Miss Levada Strickland. Stand up, Mom. And I saved this one for last. From Canton, Mississippi, by way of Shibuda, Mississippi. I have my grandmother, and she's going to kick my butt for this, at 101 years old. She spent about 80 of those years teaching school in Canton, Mississippi, and if it was up to her, she'd still be teaching today. Thank you all.
Welcome, ladies. Good to have y'all here today. Lunch was great. Thank you. All right, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move final passage.
Question recurs now on Strike All Amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentleman moves final passage on the bill. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 110 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number, with unanimous consent, go to item number 50, Senate Bill 2170, called up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we do have a strike all.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, if y'all were here last session, you remember that we passed a loan grant program for ARPA money for $103 million. There was around 11 hospitals that did not simply qualify due to the ARPA guidelines, and so we have a appropriation for $6.8 million specifically for those 10 or 11 hospitals, and that is an explanation of the bill. It does have a reverse repealer in it as well.
Questions on the strike all? I don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of Strike All Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
No, sir. I move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 1 nay, bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to unanimous consent like to go to Senate Bill, item number 55, Senate Bill 3028. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the appropriation for the Motor Vehicle Commission. It is base level funding plus health insurance, and there's no reverse repealer on this legislation. So that is the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the strike call? I don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of strike call amendment 1. If you favor the strike call, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
No, sir. Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Next item, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will you please recognize the gentleman from Montgomery?
Gentleman from Montgomery is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Speaker, I have several, like the rest of the chairmen that were here. Many of these bills will come in at base level funding plus health insurance and include reverse repealers, and so I do have a block of about 12 of these that can be taken up at one time with unanimous consent.
Which items would you like to take up, gentlemen?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Be item 29, Senate Bill 3015, item 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. I need to skip 38 and go to 39, 40, and 41. Those are all capable of being taken up in a block with unanimous consent. If a member wishes to have one set
All right,
aside.
let me give the members a second just to look at that group of bills while Madam Clerk loads those in the machine. Does any member wish to set any of these bills aside? Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could we set aside item number 41, Senate Bill 3022? Thank you.
Item 41, gentleman wishes to be set aside. Any for other items? Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Did you include House item 40?
That is in the group. Item 40 is in the group.
Is that an appropriation bill?
MDA, yes, ma'am.
Okay, I must have the wrong calendar. I apologize.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I don't see anyone else seeking recognition. We will proceed with those items in block, gentlemen. You are recognized to explain this group of strike calls.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These items, ladies and gentlemen, come to us at base level funding plus health insurance adjustments, and they also include a reverse repealer. They will be going to conference, and that's an explanation of the strike call, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on this group of strike calls? I don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of strike call amendments on this group of bills. If you favor the strike calls, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bills, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bills pass. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go to item, 41, and we'll call that bill up, make the usual motions.
Item 41, gentlemen.
Yes, sir. Senate Bill 3022.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bill also just covers base level funding plus health insurance, and it does include a reverse repealer. It will be going to conference, and this is for the Office of State Aid Road Construction, and that's an explanation of the strike all.
Questions on the strike all? Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield?
Yes, sir.
How much funding do we have in this bill?
Well, it's just base level funding. It's from last year's LBR, from last year's funding. There's no increase to it at this point. It's going to conference. And that's where there will be numbers plugged into it.
What is that amount, though?
$209,940,000.
So there's no increase?
No increase at this point.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir. Move adoption.
Question occurs on the adoption of strike all amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we will go to item 38, Senate Bill 3006. This is the University General Support, the consolidated appropriation for them. There's a change amount. The only change.
Gentlemen, you make the usual motion.
I'm sorry, I call it bill up.
He calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, and I believe you've got a strike all.
Yes,
you're recognized to explain that strike all.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill, the only additions to this bill is there was $1 million that we appropriated for the study of the Constitution at the University of Mississippi, and there's a change on line 353 to $26,593,681, and that's an explanation of the strike all.
Questions on this strike all?
Move adoption.
I don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of strike all amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 110 yeas, 7 nays, the bill passes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would like to move to item 42, which is Senate Bill 3058. Call that bill up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I need to explain the strike all, if I could be recognized.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the appropriations for the Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund. This is a reappropriation to certain agencies that were appropriated the funding and they have not worked their way through it. This is just seeing that they can complete their missions that they were provided appropriations for moving forward in this next year. And that's an explanation of the strike all.
Questions on the strike all? Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
I hope that the gentleman doesn't mind yielding.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. You know, this was the one that we had taken up before I got in there on yesterday.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, on the, when these people that, tell the House again now, these are agencies that we gave ARPA dollars to, right? And these particular agencies did not expend these ARPA dollars, right?
They're in the process of that, yes,
okay.
ma'am.
Now, had these agencies explained to us why they were unable to expend their ARPA dollars?
The deadline is December of 2026. They're under no rush to get those moved out.
Okay, so in the poorest state in the union, and we got monies that can be spent, and we got agencies that can take 2 years to spend monies. Did the committee give some consideration to saying, well, okay, agencies, you need 2 years to spend your money. Why don't we take that money and put it in the water for Shoebuda and Shaw and Taylorsville and Tutwiler and Lambert and Lewin? Because, gentlemen, you know I'm looking for water. I'm always looking for water for these smaller towns. And you would agree that if they didn't give us $70,000, then they got a $70,000 match. That's not enough money for them to get the water tower. That's not enough money for them to get that pump. And if we were to put some more money into that particular fund, we could help some of these little bitty towns and these little bitty villages and these little bitty hamlets. Would you not agree, gentlemen?
I would agree if there was more money to be appropriated to these little small towns and hamlets, that more could be done.
Yes, sir. And so
this money's not available. There's no money in this bill.
Well, what we're doing is we're allowing them to we're reappropriating and giving them spending authority. But you would agree now, if we take their spending authority away from them, then we could put that money out there for the Tutwilers and the Belzonis. Come on.
This money's already been allocated to projects that they're currently involved in.
But
you know how this works, lady.
I know how it works, gentlemen. That's the reason why I made some inquiries, and we know.
I always love your inquiries because you have the answer before you inquire.
Okay, gentlemen. So you know, as well as I do, that there are some dollars out there, seriously, that has not been spent. All I'm trying to do, gentlemen, is to raise the issue about water for our small towns and hamlets and villages. And I hope that as we go through the process, really, that the Appropriations Committee will consider trying to find some money for those little places.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Lady, I would like to remind you that Shoebuda received in round 2 of funding on June the 6th of last year, almost $300,000 in total project cost, and nearly $100,000 of that is in contributions. $199,000 was coming from NCWI programs. I did a little research when you asked me about Shoebuda yesterday in the committee meeting, and they have received funding.
Gentlemen, I am
just to let you know that Shoebuda was not left out.
Shoebuda is what now?
Was not left out of any funding.
Well, we all know that every little town, every little hamlet, every little village got something. But of course, now you're going to bring to the House yet another round of grants for the Rural Water Association. So let's keep it all balanced.
That too will go to conference, lady.
Okay. So all I'm asking you is for these little, and I think the House members, it's enough of us out here that represent little old bitty small places that's got these problems that they were unable to address with the ARPA dollars. We're just asking that if there are monies that these big, cumbersome agencies have, that they don't need to, it's going to take them 2 years to spend it, that we could put some of that money out there for water and sewer for the Shoebudas, the Tutwilers, the Taylorsvilles, the Belzonis.
Right, and it's the intention of the committee to see that everyone in this chamber, through our plan, receives some of that funding additional in round 3, we hope. Right. Thank you, lady. Thank you.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, lady. Always.
Thank you, gentlemen. Can you tell me in section 22 and I think I'm looking at the right thing. We're looking at the committee amendment. Is that what we're looking at?
Give me just a moment. Yes, ma'am, I'm there. Go ahead.
Okay. Section 22, I see $10 million.
That was approved. Again, this is no new language. This was a language from the bill of last session.
So, but we're allowing DFA to reappropriate $10 million to go to the Independent Schools Infrastructure Grant Program.
That's correct. It is currently in litigation, but the money is there.
That's what I thought.
Yes,
So why are we reappropriating something that's already in litigation?
because they haven't made a decision.
I'm sorry?
They have not made a decision.
They haven't made a decision.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so there was, but we're reappropriating public funds to non-public schools.
These funds were sent to the people of Mississippi that were damaged by the coronavirus, the people of Mississippi. Independent school as well as public schools and in every other city, county, state, hamlet, Shibuda were affected by the COVID virus.
Okay. There was another section in here that I'm trying to find that I had a question about. Oh, I don't mean to delay. I'm sorry. Now I can't find it. We're also reappropriating almost $9.4 million for independent colleges and universities, and that was also in litigation.
That's correct.
I guess I just don't understand why we're reappropriating public money for non-public purposes.
These are appropriations that have already passed the House and the Senate. They are simply being reappropriated because they've not been spent.
So if the bill passes,
a portion of them have not been spent. This is part of that portion.
Okay. All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
You're welcome.
I don't see any other questions, so the
move adoption.
Question occurs on the strike all amendment number 1. All those in favor say aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. Back on the bill.
Move final passage.
Move final passage. I don't see any questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 111 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Gentlemen, do you want to skip down?
Yes, if we could. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While I'm here, with unanimous consent, if I could skip down to item 56 and start there. I have 4 bills remaining on the calendar.
Okay. You want to call up
Senate Bill 3162, item number 56, please.
Thank you. Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the 3rd time, placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you are recognized to explain the appropriation bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen,
you have a strike all?
This is a strike all I wish to explain. Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Thank you. The following sum of this bill, Senate Bill 3162, we struck the language in it and inserted our House language that we approved just a couple of weeks ago. This is, again, money from the ARPA, the Coronavirus Fiscal Recovery Fund. And this is for the Department of Public Safety for the purpose of eligible equipment and law enforcement officers employed by and through the Mississippi Department of Public Safety in the amount of $3.5 million, and that's an explanation of the strike all.
Any questions on the strike all?
Move
Seeing
adoption.
none.
Move adoption.
Okay, the question occurs on the strike all. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Back on the bill. Any questions? Any other explanation?
No, sir. Move adoption.
Move adoption. See no questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to item number 57, Senate Bill 3163. Call it up, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to be recognized to explain the strike all.
Strike all. Go ahead. You're recognized.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, this is also Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund appropriation. This appropriation in and of itself goes to the Department of Finance Administration for the purpose of defraying eligible administrative and reporting expenses related to the dispersion of these fees in the amount of $25 million over the past 3-year period. And that's an explanation of the strike off.
Any questions on the strike all? Gentleman from Faulkner, gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield?
You know I will always for you, my friend.
I asked this question yesterday in committee.
Yes.
About this $25 million in administrative fees. Just tell us how did DFA come about to that number?
Sure. They have expenses with the accounting firms that are doing the research to determine that the projects that this money is being given to or approved to go to are actually meeting the federal requirements for ARPA, so there's no clawbacks, and we have to come back up with this money if it's being spent somewhere. One of those accounting firms is part of that. Then they have administrative costs within DFA that they're assuming some of that also.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, so
they don't get the entire $25 million. DFA does not.
So when you talk about accounting firms, are we talking about private contractors getting this money, or is it state employees?
They're private contractors that are doing the work. That was approved 2 years ago in the last year, in the total appropriation of the ARPA funds. We, the state, I believe it was Horn CPA Group that is assisting the state in doing the research and providing the information for us so that we can make decisions as to who actually does get these money.
Is that group based here in Mississippi or is out of state?
Yes, they're in state.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Yes.
Gentlelady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Yeah, I'd like to speak on the bill at the proper time.
You want to speak on the bill?
Yes, sir.
Lady, do you want to speak on the strike all or on the bill? On the bill, okay. I don't see any other questions.
Move adoption.
Okay, question occurs on strike all amendment number 1. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? No. Ayes have it. Okay, we're on the bill. No questions. Lady, you're recognized to speak on the bill.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker and the Appropriations Chair. Listen, ladies and gentlemen of the House, Senate Bill 3163, Senate Bill 3163. This bill escalates to the Department of Finance and Administration $25 million. Now, the chairman said to the gentleman from Marshall County that you have all these contractual obligations, and that's the reason why we're needing $25 million. But we learned in the committee on yesterday that there's only been $8 million spent on contractual obligations for this particular program. Now look, you don't have to be my sister, the neurosurgeon, the brain surgeon, to understand that if you've done the biggest part of the program, which we have, $1.3 billion, you heard the gentleman say, $433 million went to the cities. $450 million has gone to the Rural Water Associations. That's almost a little better than $900 million right there. Then you had $400 million left. We sent $20 million to William Carey. We sent $10 million to, well, you know, money's gone everywhere. And what was really pronounced in the gentleman's explanation was that he told you that in all of these programs that we had under ARPA, all of them had an administrative audit procedure. You know, everybody is auditing. You were aware of that, right? And everybody is getting an administrative fee. The engineers, the accountants, all of these people. So then my question to DFA is, if the biggest part of the money, because we only got about $150 million left that we're bringing back, you know, that's about the amount of money that we have. If the super majority of the money has already been expended, and we only needed $8 million in contractual services to audit it, then my question to DFA is, if we were to give you another 8, what do you need another $9 million for? And y'all, I recognize that we can't, y'all gonna do what you wanna do. But at some point in time, the taxpayers that we say we're so interested in, and we always talking about how other people are spending money, we are spending money not like drunken sailors, but I would say like opioid addicted sailors. When you're talking about $25 million, $8 million has been spent. And if you can, then say, on the backside, we'll let you have $8 more million. But opposed to that, and as opposed to that, we're saying $17 million when we got cities, little bitty towns, little bitty hamlets, that they need a water tower, they need a pump, and we're just feeling, I don't know who it is that we're paying, because you haven't seen anything from DFA telling you who's getting contracts and what they're getting them for, and how long their contracts are for, and how long it's going to take them to do what they have to do. I know that this bill is going to pass, but I'm going to vote against it, and the reason why, not because I don't think DFA may need another couple of $1 million, but I do think that at some point in time, this House has to say that we got to prioritize some of these dollars to try to do some of the things that the people need. The people in these small towns. And I know y'all have gotten so important up here now that y'all, a lot of you don't care nothing about the little small town people. But I do. Because I know what it is. A lot of my relatives come from very, very small towns. And these little towns are working without a policeman. They got volunteer fire departments. Everything that they do, they don't have a main street. They don't get a grant for that. They get out there on Saturday and they cut the grass and they decorate out of their own pockets. That's what little bitty small towns do. And the only thing that they're asking you for is just a little help as it relates to this water and sewer. Y'all, we could put together enough money if we took it upon ourselves to say, we're going to watch how we're spending this money, that we could put together some money to do something for the water and sewer for these small towns. I'm hoping that when this bill comes back from conference, that it certainly doesn't have any more than $16 million in it. And I'm hoping that 9 of those $1 million will go in the water for the small town cities and hamlets in this state. I thank y'all for listening. And I just hope that, as the gentleman said, working through the process, that this is a place that we can find some money. And now we can vote.
I see no further questions. Take a picture. I see no further questions. Adopt strike all. Okay, question occurs on strike all. Is this, I'm sorry, does it not have a strike all?
Yes.
Oh, we've already adopted strike all. I'm sorry. Question occurs on the bill. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 113 yeas, 4 nays, bill passes. Next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to item number 58, Senate Bill 3164. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read for the third time, placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you are recognized.
Thank you.
The bill.
I have a strike all I would like to explain, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank y'all so much. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the appropriations from the Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund for the Department of Finance and Administration for the purpose of Bureau of Buildings, Grounds, and Real Property Management. This is for $26,687,307, and that's an explanation of the strike all.
Any questions on the strike all? See no questions. Question occurs on the strike all. All of those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move final passage.
Any questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to item 59, Senate Bill 3165. Call it up, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, bill considered engrossed, read for the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to be recognized to explain strike all.
Explain your strike all.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, this also comes to us. This is, we've amended this bill and put in our language for the State Department of Health for the purpose of funding the ARPA Rural Water Association Infrastructure Grant Program. This comes in at $50 million, and that's an explanation of the strike all.
Any questions on the strike all? No questions on the strike all. The question occurs on strike all amendment number 1. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Back on the bill.
Thank you. Move final passage.
Any questions on the bill? Not seeing any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 121 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize the chairman, the gentleman from Jackson, Appropriation A.
You're recognized, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, I ask immediate release.
Chairman asks for immediate release on these items. Is there objection? Hearing none, Mr.
Appropriation
Chairman,
yields the floor.
we'll follow that procedure. Thank you, gentlemen. Which was it? Okay. Gentleman from Jackson has an item on the laid on the table subject to call calendar he wishes to take up.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker, specifically item number 2, I'd like to call it off the table.
Gentleman's motion is to call item 2, Senate Bill 2457, off the table. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill's back before us, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment.
Gentlemen, you had a strike all originally,
That's correct, Mr. Speaker.
and it has not been adopted. So,
Mr.
do
Speaker,
you
I
wish to
move
table the strike all, or you wish to pass this amendment and then take up the strike all? Is this Amendment 1 to strike all amendment? I got you. You want to explain Amendment 1 to the strike all?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, the amendment simply clarifies the highway used in the legal description and removes the reverse repealer.
Questions on Amendment 1 to the strike all? I don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1 to strike all Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, the strike all is basically qualified resort language for our universities and colleges concerning the consumption of alcohol.
Questions on the strike all? I don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of strike all Amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Final passage, Mr. Speaker.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 96 yeas, 14 nays, the bill passes. Let me suspend business for 1 second. That may conclude our work. I'm not sure. All right, we're still waiting on a couple of strike calls. We're going to recess subject to call with the idea being no longer than 15 minutes. So I would entertain a motion from the gentleman from Rankin to recess the House subject to call of the chair. Gentleman from Rankin.
We'll recess the House subject to call.
Gentleman's motion is House stand in recess subject to call of the chair. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House stand in recess subject to call. The gentleman from Oktibbeha has an item he wishes to take up on the general calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call up Senate Bill number 2693. And, Mr. Speaker,
what item is that, gentlemen?
That is item number 27 on the House calendar. And I have a strike-all amendment at the proper time. Call it up, make the usual motions.
All right. Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen,
And you say you've got an amendment, gentlemen?
I do have a strike-all amendment.
You're recognized to explain your strike-all.
Ladies and gentlemen, the strike-all amendment that I'm proposing today is to replace the current Bill 2693 with our Inspire Act. This will give us one more opportunity to give the Senate a chance to look at this and do what's best and right for our school children. The bill that we're replacing has a House companion bill. It's 1696, and it's passed the Senate. It'll be coming over to us, so we're not losing anything. We're going to concur on that bill. This original bill was the Failing Schools in Districts of Transformation, revised certain provisions related thereto. That's what we're replacing. We're not losing that bill. That bill has already passed the Senate. It's coming back to us. We will concur on it whenever it gets over here. But the strike-all amendment replaces that bill with our Inspire Act. Be happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Questions on the strike-all? I don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of strike-all amendment 1. If you favor the strike-all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Nothing further.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 103 yeas, 16 nays, it looks like people are getting inspired. The bill passes. All right. I believe we have one more bill. I'm looking for the gentleman from Rankin. I don't think they want that gentleman from Rankin for the next bill. Let us suspend business. I thought he was ready. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Crudup, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to change my vote on today's calendar on House Bill 32 from yes to no.
On today's calendar, item 32, Senate Bill 2776, you want to change your vote?
From yes to no.
From yes to no. Is there objection? There's a lot of consternation. I guess that's not an objection. Change his vote. Gentleman from Oktibbeha.
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for immediate release on 2693.
Is there objection? I don't hear any. All right, I'm told we're waiting on one number from DOR. Lady from Madison, Ms. Ford, for what purposes?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While Courtney Ann Jackson is in the gallery, I would like to make mention that just recently, Project Blueberry, that she did the story on last year, won first place in feature story at the Mississippi Association of Broadcasters, and it was all her idea. So thank you, Courtney Ann. It does matter when the media takes interest in these bills, so thank you.
Congratulations. Congratulations, lady. Gentleman from Tallahatchie, Mr. Rosebud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On item number 6 on appropriations, I want to hold out on a motion to reconsider.
Thank you, gentlemen. Please notify the chairman or the vice chairman. Lady from Hines, Ms. Butler, Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to make a request to change my vote on Senate Bill number 3050.
What is that item, lady? Item number.
Item number 18 under today's appropriations calendar.
You want to?
Yes, I was voted present and I'd like it to be yes.
We will record you as a yes. Thank you. Gentleman from Clark, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow, House of Representatives, we will have our first softball practice to get ready for the House of Representatives of Alabama. And we ain't going over there to play game, we're going over there to win. Bring your A game tomorrow at 3 o'clock at Smithville Stadium. Be there.
All right, Coach. I like your enthusiasm. Gentleman from Montgomery, Mr. Oliver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Madam Clerk, I'd like to remind you that the appropriation bills were granted immediate release. They are gone. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. They're informing me that they are gone. Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know that a lot of the things that happen in this House depends on leadership style. I have no problem with that. But on these major bills like Medicaid, education, PERS, and those matters going to conference every once in a while, because we represent people out there who are concerned about those issues in the state, we should be given a kind of little report or briefing every once in a while. And I don't know why we keep things close to the chest when we're doing the people's business down here, but I would hope that you being a new speaker that you would see fit to incorporate every once in a while and give us a little update so that we will know what is going on in some of these negotiations, not to compromise anything or not to interfere with anything, but at least information, because I'm telling you, when we are dealing with those issues, there are people that calling and texting every day want to know, and it makes us look silly. I don't know. You down there, we elected you, put you down there. What do you mean you don't know? So every once in a while, if you would see fit, talk to your staff, talk to your chairmen. Every once in a while, it may be necessary to give us a little update on where we are on some of these major issues in the major legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. You're due that, and specifically on the 3 issues you mentioned. I commit to you over the next week to 10 days, I will keep this body informed of where we are specifically on those 3 issues and the budget as a whole. If I don't, you call me out on it. Fair enough.
During their interrogation today on the House Senate Bill 2311, I asked some questions and I had some concerns about them, and I didn't get those answered. I went to the legal staff. We got that worked out. The bill is absolutely fine with me, and Mr. Speaker, I'd like to withdraw my motion to hold on the motion recently. And I'd also like to change my vote from nay to yea.
On 2311?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you. We will do that. Gentleman withdraws his motion and changes his vote. All right, we'll go to the local and private calendar. Recognize the gentleman from Wayne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 1, House Bill 1646. Call the bill up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Washington to handle the next 4 items.
Gentleman from Washington is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1646 is a extended repealer on the city of West Point and their tourism tax. It's just extension of an repealer. That's it, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Etowamba, Mr. Boyd.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman Yield.
I do.
Is there any kind of vote on this time?
It already had been voted for, just extension of a repealer. So normally when we extend the repealers, we don't have a revote.
We don't vote for it.
Right. They voted to do it.
Okay.
All right.
Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness.
Will the gentleman yield?
No. Yes, gentlemen, I yield.
It's a local bill or a private bill?
It's both. It's local and private.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All right, I don't see any further questions.
Move final passage, Mr.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk.
Get your button.
If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay.
Yeah. That's a good question.
Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted?
Good question.
Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 108 yeas, 4 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We call up House Bill 1720, make use of motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time.
Correction, Mr. Speaker, my bad. It's, 1720.
Yes, sir. Item 2. All right. Parental. We in the same place, gentlemen?
Yes, sir, we are.
All right. He calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the extension of a repealer on a hotel, motel, and restaurant tax for the city of Pontotoc. That's the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen. You move final passage?
I move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 108 yeas, 4 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up House Bill 1723, Mr. Speaker, make use of motion.
That's down to item 6, gentlemen.
Yes. Ho. I made a mistake, Mr. Speaker. I misread. Let's call up House Bill 1752.
All right. Item 3, House Bill 1752, City of Fulton. Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the city of Fulton, this is the extension of a repealer for hotel, motel, tourism tax. That's the explanation for the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. You move final passage?
I move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay.
I call up House Bill 19.
Hold on, gentlemen.
Trying to move.
Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 109 yeas, 3 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm calling up House Bill 1931. Make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is for Greene County to extend a repealer on assessment of Justice Court. That's the nature of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Newton, Mr. Rushing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will gentleman yield?
I will.
Can you elaborate just a little bit on the assessments? What is it? What the assessment is, how much it is, and what it goes towards?
It goes to the Justice Court facility. It's $25 on a traffic ticket and $50 on DUI.
Thank you.
If there are no other questions, Mr. Speaker, move for final.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 113 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House Bill 1716 to make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the Pro Tem's bill, and it is it authorizes Jackson County to make contributions to various organizations inside of the county. That's the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Are you saying you just rocking the baby? Is that what it is?
And it's a heavy baby too. Heavy baby.
Gentleman from Simpson, Mr. Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
Yes, sir. It says here authorized contributions to various organizations. Now, gentlemen, wouldn't you agree with me that cockfighting is a various organization?
It depends on how big the burger is.
Thank you, gentlemen.
I don't see any further questions.
I move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 114 yeas, 1 nay, bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're calling up House Bill 1723 and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen,
Gentlemen, I notice you got a committee sub. You want to adopt a committee sub?
We'd like to adopt a committee sub.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have a resolution from the Board of Supervisors, and this is for Pike County to be authorized to construct and acquire a county jail purchase or lease agreement. That's the purpose of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. You move final passage?
Move final passage.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up House Bill 1743 and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This piece of legislation allows the Humphreys County Board of Supervisors to make contributions to the Fannie Lou Hamer Council Foundation. And I have a resolution from the Board of Supervisors making that request, Mr. Speaker, and having being a cancer survivor myself, I think this is a worthy cause. Actually, the
questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen. You move final passage?
I do, Mr. Speaker.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 114 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to call up House Bill 1758.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a piece of legislation from Jefferson Davis counties to increase the portion of oil and gas service tax that it may be used to defray the cost of garbage collection and disposal. We have a resolution from the county asking to have this done, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, yield.
I do, gentlemen.
It's my understanding.
You're going to have to speak up a little bit. Come on.
I said it's my understanding what we're talking about right here is the oil and gas severance tax from production of wells in Jeff Davis County is going to help pay for the garbage. Is that right?
Absolutely.
Okay, everybody pretty much that has a residence in Jeff Davis County produces garbage, don't they?
Absolutely.
Everybody don't have a gas or oil well on their place, do they?
I don't know how the makeup of their residences down there. I don't know who has oil and who doesn't. I believe you might have a little oil either on your land or in you.
No, I don't think so. But anyway, I guess it'd be doing a great service to the county if the oil and gas production people would be paying garbage tax, right?
Yes, it'll be a lesser burden on your citizens, the people in which you represent. They'll hail you a hero when you
If the
return
board
home.
of supervisors in favor of it, I guess it's a good bill, huh?
I would believe so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. If no other questions, Mr. Speaker, I move final passage.
Yes, more questions, gentlemen. Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will gentleman yield?
I will.
Can you educate me on what the oil and gas severance tax is? I don't even know what that is. What is the tax?
Gentlemen, normally at a time like this, I would really have a good, robust joke for you. However, I don't. It is my understanding that the oil and service tax that people are charged for using those particular two entities will circumvent the taxes that the citizens are paying for the garbage. So basically, some other entity will be paying the tax on the garbage.
But is it on the production of oil and gas? Are these like wells that we tax them on the production or what?
To answer your question, yes. What happens is that this tax goes directly to the state then cuts a check back to the county, and the county is going to use that revenue to offset the cost of garbage collection.
Thank you.
All right, don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 113 yeas, 5 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up House Bill 1854 and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1854 is an assessment on convictions to improve the courthouse and pretrial detention facilities. We have a resolution from the county making this request, and we also have one from the Board of Supervisors asking for this assessment. That's it, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any.
I move final passage.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and Mr. Speaker, I'd like to call up House Bill 1948.
Gentleman moves Calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A few years ago, I would have been excited about having to handle this piece of legislation to do damage. However, I feel as though it's going to be a good piece of legislation. This is for the city of Olive Branch to authorize expenditures of funds to establish industrial, technology, and educational park within the county. I have resolutions from the Board of Supervisors as well as a resolution from the city.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up House Bill 1968, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This piece of legislation is for Humphreys County to authorize contribution to the city of Belzoni, Louise, and Isola for parks and recreation. We have resolutions from the county making this request.
Questions on the bill?
If there are no questions, Mr. Speaker, I move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 112 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up House Bill 4090.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is for the great gambling city in southwest Mississippi, the county rather. This is for Adams County to authorize the entry to a lease purchase agreement for a correctional facility. We have letters from the Board of Supervisors making this request, and that's it, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
By a vote of 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Anything further, gentlemen?
No, Mr. Speaker. Local and private yields the floor.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right, I believe we have one last item that the gentleman from Jackson wishes to take up. Tell us where we are, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I'd like to go to item number 1 on the motion to reconsider calendar, and I move to reconsider the vote by which Senate Bill 2405 passed.
Gentleman's motion is to reconsider the vote by which the bill passed. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Bill's back before us, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen
I
of the
believe you had a
House.
strike all.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I move to reconsider the vote by which the strike all amendment passed.
Gentleman's motion is to reconsider the vote by which the strike all passed. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Strike all is back before us, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please recognize the gentleman from Rankin to handle an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an amendment to the strike all.
You're recognized to explain your Amendment 1 to the strike all amendment.
After we passed this bill the other day, we got with the, I call them opposition, with the package retail stores, their representatives, and they wanted us to make a few changes, so here they are. They want us to remove distilled spirits, so this will not include distilled spirits on direct ship. It'll only include wine. The other, one other portion is we had a 27.5% tax on the wine that will be distributed. That is actually a wholesale tax. Excuse me. So we got with the Department of Revenue. They ran through all the markups and everything, and to make it fair for both sides, we're putting 18% tax in here, and there will be a 7% sales tax on top of that. That evens everything out with the markups at the wholesale prices and the retail prices. Excuse me, because this will be retail. All right.
Questions on the gentleman's amendment?
I got two more little things.
I'm sorry. Keep going.
We clarified what you can get from direct ship. In other words, we tightened it up. If ABC carries it, you cannot get it. But if their yearly allocation for ABC is over with, they cannot get it. You can order that wine from the distributor or from the winery. And then the last thing we added, this is something the Senate wanted to do, we put in there that any information that the Department of Revenue gets, in other words, your name, your address, and what you ordered is not available through Freedom of Information Act. There's no reason anybody should want that or should be able to get that. That explains my amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield.
Yes, sir.
You made mention about the distilled spirits not being direct ship. What was their concern about that?
I have no idea.
And the reason why I'm asking is my issue with Siri. The reason why I'm asking is that, look, ABC has had its problems and will continue to have its problems, and until we get rid of them and make more spirits that we want in our various stores and restaurants, we're going to forever be in this situation. So I would ask that next year you come back and work on this, and for us to be able to have a direct shipment for these.
In my language, we had it, and that's the way I wanted it. And I would encourage each member as you go out after session to encourage your constituents to get in touch with local legislators and all of us, and let's get some more of this stuff going. I mean, we're in the arc ages, the dark ages in Mississippi on alcohol. So let's get some reform. So I encourage everybody to do that.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, which more do we sell more of, wine or distilled?
I would, on the direct ship, I don't know for sure, but I'm gonna think you're gonna have more wine on direct ship. You have more wine clubs and stuff like that. You don't have a whole lot of bourbons and whiskeys. That would be a really high-end stuff that the ABC warehouse doesn't carry. So more than likely, for direct shipping, it's gonna be wine.
And are we losing? Correction. Do you think we still gonna get the bang for our buck by them limiting what we can do direct shipment of when it comes to these alcoholic beverages?
You talking about, should we be able to direct ship what ABC carries?
Yes.
I would love it, but this is what we can get past, just to be quite honest. And we're losing revenue to other states at this point, because I know many people are already shipping to a buddy that lives in another state, so we're losing that tax revenue now. So at least we'll gather that, and it's one step closer to some true alcohol reform.
And next year you'll come back to fight that again for us, correct?
If you know my track record, you know I'm coming back.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah.
I don't see any further questions. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1 to strike all Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Final passage.
Anything further on the strike all?
No, sir.
Question occurs on the adoption of strike all Amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
No, final passage.
Gentleman moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 96 yeas, 19 nays, the bill passes. And y'all are correct. It's a 3/5 vote, but you had your 3/5, gentlemen.
I'd ask for immediate release.
Is there objection? Hearing none, we will follow that procedure. Gentleman from Rankin, thank you. All right, I think that concludes our work. Gentleman from Tippa, Mr. Steverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On today's local and private calendar, item number 2, I'd like to hold it on a motion on behalf of myself, the gentleman from Green, the gentleman from George, the gentleman from Chickasaw, the gentleman from Lee, the gentleman from Carroll, the gentleman from Benton, the gentleman from Itawamba, the chairman from Wayne, the gentleman from Jackson, and the lady from Forest.
Thank you, gentlemen. We will do that. Please notify the chairman if you hadn't already.
Which one? The Pontotoc local private.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Banks.
Mr. Speaker, if there is no objection, on today's calendar, item 54 was in a block, which is House Bill Senate Bill 3025, like to be voted present on that block or whatever I have to do. If there's no objection, thank you.
She's got it. Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman from Montgomery, Mr. Oliver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With unanimous consent, I'd like to follow in the footsteps of my good friend, the gentleman from Hines, Mr. Banks, and be voted present and not present but not voting in that block. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. We will do that. Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's journey in memory.
You're recognized.
Yesterday afternoon, we lost a former member of the House that served in 2000 to 2003, Mr. O.K. Kenny Moore. He was a resident of Marion County, and he had served one term in the House back in 2000 to 2003.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'd suggest you add all members to that. If you wish to not be included, please go by the clerk's office and let them know. Thank you for reminding us. We will certainly do that. Gentleman from Oktibbeha, Mr. Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that a lot of you have been wondering what the best small town in the South is. USA Today has announced that Starkville, Mississippi is the Reader's Choice best small town in Mississippi. Just wanted y'all to know.
Thank you, gentlemen, for bringing us that information. It sounds like it's highly debatable. Lady from Hines, Ms. Butler, Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask for unanimous consent to change a vote number 27 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2693. I'd like to change my nay to yay.
Is there objection? Hearing none, change the lady's vote. Gentleman from Prentice, Mr. Arnold.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Request.
State your request.
Item number 4 on the general calendar today, Senate Bill 2311. I would like to request my vote be changed from nay to yay.
From nay to yay. There's no objection. Change the gentleman's vote. All right, gentleman from Hines, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask that we adjourn in memory of Mr. Carlos Collins. He's a fellow Yazooan. He tragically lost his life a few days ago.
Thank you, gentlemen. We will do that. Madam Clerk, do you have announcements? Madam Clerk, for announcements. Y'all listen up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rules will meet after adjournment tomorrow in the Rules Room.
Any further announcements by any member? Don't see any. I recognize the gentleman from Rankin for the motion.
I move that the House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Gentleman's motion is the House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.